Chapter 1. I grew tired of convalescence after just 3 days. It could have been the drugs. Anna directed Byron's boys, as she grew to call his brigade, on what items to seek and return during their forays for treasure. Their hunts went well, not only into cabins along the riverbanks but houses in a small suburb miles out, and tiny little burgs in a radius of our short-term home. The Z were plentiful, and they brought back a group of 6 more survivors, another cobbled-together family who avoided me with a studied effort. Anna said they were shy, which is what she told me about Tyler, the scout. I caught sight of my reflection in the master bedroom mirror and knew she was lying to spare my feelings. The road rash left red scars along one side of the etched and rough-hued face that stared back at me, and a mottled yellow and purple bruise dotted the opposite cheekbone, a gift from Harriet's hand when I returned without her daughter. The fever had built huge circles under my eyes, the heat and low food melting away the pounds until my skin stretched like parchment over my skull. I looked the part of a walking dead man, and wondered for a moment how she could even bring herself to play nursemaid. But the drugs managed the pain of the burns across my back, which rippled and itched as they began to heal, and though I looked worse for the wear, I still had full use of my body, which in the Z world was a blessing. Byron reported to me each night after hunting, as he called it, keeping me up to speed on the happenings in his kingdom. The self-declared boy king. "He's not in charge," Brian told me one night. "Who is?" I asked. Right now, we were a collection of survivors, a motley crew looking for way more than a good time. Brian stuttered and hemmed. "Zombie got your tongue." "That's not funny." He shot me a look, then grinned. "At least not appropriate." Given the circumstances, I was less than concerned about appropriate. We were surviving, but just and a power struggle between Brian and a 14-year-old homicidal psychotic wasn't going to help anyone sleep at night. Especially me. "He needs to rest." Anna came into the back bedroom. I was the only one who got a room all to myself, and Anna, by virtue of being my nurse, got to share it with me. She shared the bed too, though we had yet to share each other. I was only a little concerned about it. She had a story, but hadn't told me yet. I figured she would share it in good time, or the way things had been working out, in bad time just before something awful happened. She was right though. It had been 3 days of Vicodin, and though I'd cut it down to half pills, I was still tired. Maybe it wasn't just the drug. My body was tired from being beaten, battered, and blown up. More than once. Anna put me on a regimen of yoga and stretching twice a day. I wasn't good at it. Even before the Z, my muscles were tight from running, like coiled springs I like to say, but I couldn't touch my toes. She wanted the muscles to stretch and heal in my backs and legs, and prevent scar tissue from building up. I listened to her. No one should ever be in an explosion. It rattled things around, brain and ghibli bits, and the consequences of shockwave damage only showed up later. I'd read an article about it before the apocalypse. Now I spent some time wondering about concussions and burst blood vessels. Guess I didn't really have to worry about long-term damage though. Between the Z, the militias, and now each other, we'd be lucky to last through winter. Chapter 2. Anna ushered Brian out, then began the process of putting me to bed. It started with pushing me back onto the pillows, running a warm rag across my face and neck, then rolling me over to check the healing on my back. It was scarred and burned, and some long gashes that required stitches she had done herself. I was happy to hear from Brian she had improved. A long jagged gash on my head was her first or second effort at stitching, and it did not look pretty. She rubbed salve and ointment on the burns, bandaged them lightly, then spread the rest on other cuts, abrasions, and small little wounds that I had barely noticed at the time. Her fingertips were cool against my hot skin, gentle and sure. "They want you out there," she told me. I started to get up, but she held me against the bed by straddling my back and sitting on my butt. "Not right now," she continued. "But later. I don't think they realized how much they relied on you to make decisions." But I left. My voice was muffled by the pillow. And look what happened when you did. Brian seems to be doing okay. We've been here 3 days and no trouble. That's Byron's doing. He said patrols controlled his boys and kept us fed. He tells everyone he's in charge. Let him. I would. I do. But Brian wants to move on. He doesn't think this place is safe. I sighed and shifted under her so she leaned up on her knees and I could roll over. I hissed for a second as my back rubbed against the sheets, but settled back down. She eyed me with a smirk and then lowered herself onto me. I could feel the heat of her through my pants and felt something stir. That drew a bigger smirk. You're still sick. Talking to the wrong guy, I said in that voice guys get when all the blood is rushing from their brain to other regions. She ground down in a little circle. It felt electric. You're still sick, she giggled to a lower part of me. I put my hands on her hips, my thumbs comfortable in the crease of her thighs. I'll talk to them tomorrow. She ran her fingertip down the side of my cheek and watched me with large eyes. Then rest now. You'll need your strength. She slid off then, and I felt a cool breeze settle over me. She didn't go far, just rolled to the side of me and curled up. What were you before? She asked, and I almost didn't answer. The before didn't matter now. The before was ancient history. This was a time for the present, a moment for Buddhists and Taoists living only for the now, because the past and future did not exist, only this time. I bet you were a cop. Or a soldier. She made a cute gesture with her full lips, touching them with the tip of her finger and watching me with large eyes. Neither, I told her. Though I could not have been either one. I took the tests for soldiering, as most boys in the South do once they turn 17. The Marines courted me hard, as did the Air Force, and they said I was a unique personality, though I suppose they said it all the boys working to fulfill a monthly quota. But my type would not do well as a peacekeeper, so there was no police force in my future, and there were no wars to ship me to at the time I was of age, nor after. No real wars anyway, just actions and observation in countries where we were forced to stand silent while bad men did evil things often in front of us. My type would not stand idly by. Why are you so angry? She whispered softly into my chest. Anna was nestled in the crook of my arm, using my shoulder as a pillow, her jean-clad legs intertwined with mine. I could feel the heat between us simmering, as she used the tip of her finger to trace the outlines of the button on my shirt. Do I seem angry? Don't try to avoid it, she said again, still in a soft voice, almost a whisper into my neck. It's okay. I think it might even be needed. Now. I was just wondering why. I breathed out then like a sigh, and she shifted. I squeezed her close to let her know it wasn't her that was making me uncomfortable. I grew up in a not-so-nice place, I told her. My mom was a hippie gypsy, and she married a not-so-nice man on her third marriage. He did not like kids, and liked to show it with his fists. Against her. Against me. Once against my younger brother, but I started getting in the way of that early. Then I got in the way of him hitting my mom. I got very good at getting hit. I'm sorry. Nothing to be sorry about, I said and meant it. It made me who I am, what I am. It's the past, and I can't do anything about it. I didn't tell her the rest. For years, I bottled it up and kept it like a stone in my gut. Sometimes I hated. I even fought back a couple of times, a scrawny 13-year-old taking swings at a 28-year-old ex-Golden Gloves. He thought it was funny to try and knock me out. Rabbit punches to the temple to get my dizzy, and an uppercut or roundhouse that knocked me in the wall. My mom would try to stop him, and he would knock her down too and laugh. One night, I took his shotgun and loaded the double barrels. I sneaked into his room and slid the barrels into his mouth to wake him up. He didn't struggle. He didn't move. But he was scared and pissed the bed. That's when I realized something. I was a killer at heart. I could have pulled the triggers and gone back to sleep, secure in the knowledge that the world was a better place with the absence of one redneck. My mom woke up and started crying. I left. I packed a backpack with clothes, a book, and carried the shotgun out into the yard where I tossed it in the bushes. They didn't follow after me. Pine Bluff was a small town even then, smaller still since I left by about 20,000 people. Hell, maybe now the population was down to a couple of dozen survivors, or maybe the town dried up and disappeared. But then it rolled up the shutters at 9 p.m. No one stirred, except for lonely deputies patrolling the streets. I walked to the train tracks and started down them until I heard the familiar click-clack rumble on the rails. The trains slowed as they went through town, dropping from 60 miles per hour down to 20, and slower if there was a backup in the switching station. When it rolled past, I ran with it and jumped onto a ladder, dragging myself to the top of an open flat car and settled in. I thought about what I had done. They would call the police, and I would go to juvie. It was a threat the stepfather made almost daily for infractions as minor as smarting off. I had straight A's in school, never got in trouble there, but kept my head down, a mostly shy boy who was terrified anyone would find out about the beatings. I purposely knocked into walls, tripped on sidewalks, just to have an excuse for shabby clothes and fresh bruises. I think all the teachers could see right through me, but the kids at least bought it. I thought about life as I knew it. There had to be something better out there. Some of the kids in school had both parents and clean clothes and didn't stink like cigarette smoke and weed every day. They had food to eat that they bought in stores instead of hunting and fishing and growing it. And they had parents who didn't think it was a game to hit, to hurt. The rocking of the train put me to sleep, and I woke up when it stopped in Fordyce, an even smaller town an hour and a half south of Pine Bluff. A flashlight beam cut across the rails, and a watchman picked me out in the flatbed. He took me into the guard shack, fed me a cold Coke and hot chicken noodle soup, while he called my grandfather. I didn't dare call my mother, and my real dad was working in Oklahoma on an oil rig at the time, 2 weeks on, 2 weeks off. He only stayed in town on his off weeks, and sometimes not even then. My papa drove down in his truck, shook the watchman's hand, and loaded me up. We didn't talk driving back, but he glared at the swollen eye and purple-lined jaw visible in the flash of headlights. At the time, I thought he was glaring at me. He delivered me to my grandmother, who tucked me in the double-sized bed in the back room, and made me biscuits and bacon when I woke up the next morning. I met my mother at her job, and she suggested I go live with my dad. It was a casual suggestion, as if reached on a whim. So I did, living with my stepmother and her daughter for 2 weeks, and my father when he was home. And I kept my head down, kept the feelings bottled up. Anna kissed me after I told her. It was a long, slow kiss, full of passion and promise. There was no desperation in it, no extension into something else. It was a kiss that offered comfort and support and acceptance. When she pulled back, I stared into her eyes and saw them glisten in the half-light from the fading fire. That's why you're going after your kids. It was that, sure, but more. I had broken so many promises I made to myself to be a better dad than the examples I grew up with, but kept making stupid choices that led to 2 divorces and kids being raised by other men. I made noise and racket about those stepdads being better than mine, and vows of revenge should they do to my kids what was done to me. Then I realized they were better men than me, stepping in to pick up for my failures, tucking in where I couldn't, showing up when I wasn't. I could blame the exes for that, for their choice for leaving, but ultimately I decided I knew who was responsible. Responsible for my mom kicking me out. For picking a man who hated me. For being shuttled between houses where no one really wanted me. For being unbearable or unworthy of love by 2 wives. For missing the little moments in growing up and thinking it's okay because of all the time I missed in childhood. I knew who was responsible and hated him. And when he looked back at me in the mirror, I could see that hatred raging like a fire. I kissed her on the forehead and wondered how long it would be before I messed her up too. In this new post-Z world, it might not take long. She wanted to know why I was angry, and I could never tell her. But I could take it out on zombies and anyone who tried to hurt her, or me or any of my family. Chapter 3. How are you feeling? How do I look? Brian made a face. It was a crinkly face with a half smile that said he wanted to say something nice, but didn't like lying. I feel better than that, I told him. Good, he said. If I had to answer out loud, my voice would betray me. You should check your face. Check your face, Frankenstein. Good to see he still had his sense of humor. He was going to need it. We're not staying here. I know, he sighed. It's been good for a rest stop, but it's time to move on. That was easier than I thought. I had assumed he would fight against it. We had fish, running water in the river, a solar shower and generator for the cabin. Sure, everyone was sleeping on the floor in mattresses, air beds, and nests of blankets so that once they were settled in for the night, no one dared move for fear of stepping on someone. It reminded me of some holidays in many years past, when all of the kids and their children visited the grandparents at a lake house on Lake of the Ozarks. Each family got a bedroom, no matter how many kids in that group, and people just slept on the bunks or carpet or bed. It was worse here. 30 or so people crammed into a 3-bedroom cabin that wasn't too large to start with. It felt safer at night, but crowded during the day. Peg and Harriet helped Hannah entertain the kids outside, corralled inside a wire clearing that blocked Z for a few moments if they showed, and Byron took his squad of boys on raids into surrounding houses and townships to keep us fed. But this part of Alabama was sparsely populated, so pickings were slim. Byron asked about foraging as far as Birmingham or Mobile, or even over toward Fort Benning on the Georgia border, but Brian kept him reeled in closer to the cabin. It settled then. He shrugged. I guess. We used to do an exercise in one of the personal development courses I took after my second divorce. Describe your ideal life and an ideal day in it. What would you do day after day if money or job or circumstance were no object? How would you like to spend the majority of your days? The exercise was supposed to be extremely detailed, and mine involved taking the kids in an RV someplace remote, wild, and fantastic, like Zion or Bryce Canyon, or the desert Southwest to explore. I thought about that now, standing next to Brian as we stared at the narrow flowing river, the leaves shifting over to the red spectrum. Not quite cold yet, not even nippy in the mornings, but the air drier, the humidity blown away in a breeze that promised to bring colder weather sometime soon. Where do you want to end up now? He sighed and kept his eyes on the water. We never talk about the before, he spoke in a soft voice just loud enough for me to hear. I wanted to be a leader in our company. Isn't that sort of a joke? It's what the managers called each other. Leaders. We didn't have managers in training, we had leaders in training. Leadership development courses, all by just changing the name. But it was still a company of managers. Clock watchers and petty paper pushers who were paid to make sure other clock watchers arrived on time and left on time, and did just enough to keep from getting fired. I worked in something like it, I told him. Yeah. I waited him out. I wanted to be a leader, and I did all the things I was supposed to do, and checked all the boxes on their checklist. He went silent then, lost, maybe remembering the checklists or trying to make sure he covered something he wanted to say. But you, he looked at me then. Everybody's waiting to see what you want to do. What you're going to do. Even Byron, and he's declared himself king of the group. Even he's waiting. So it's not fair to ask me where I want to end up. What do you mean? I want to end up where you are. Not at a location, or just at a location. I want these people to look at me for answers. Instead of me. Part of me wanted to feel hurt. But I could see where he was coming from. Brian wanted to take care of a group and start to rebuild society. He wanted to direct and delegate and pitch in from the trenches. I could understand that. And I didn't want it. I would make sure the group was safe, stocked with food and secure behind walls if we could find them, and then I would leave to find my kids. He knew this. I thought the others knew it too. Or in spite of you. I'm still leaving. I know, he sighed again. I'm wondering what's going to happen when you do. Then they'll look to you. Will they? He nodded over my shoulder, and I turned. Hannah stepped out of the wire enclosure and greeted Byron as his squad marched back in hauling bags of canned food. She wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him, then gave him an update on the kids and what happened while he was gone. You're jealous of the kid? Brian nodded. And I hate it. The sun dipped behind the trees on the lake as it started its downward path to twilight. We still had several hours of daylight left, and with the raiders back, all the camp was here. It would be a good time to have a group meeting and plan our exit strategy. But the shadows played across Brian's face as sunlight filtered through the leaves, looking like a skeleton's hands gripping his skull, and I fought a shiver. So long as I was around, they deferred to me. Byron said it was Warlord 101 to assign all decision-making to one person during a wartime setting. We were at war with the Z, war with a militia, and any others who opposed us, he said. I was planning to leave in the middle of the war, go out on my own. I wondered how it would play out in my absence, and I shivered again. Chapter 4. It wasn't much as far as debates go. We gathered in the living room, crammed shoulder to shoulder, and I looked at all of the eyes watching me. Byron sat on one side of the room, the children surrounding him and Hannah, his boys lined up against the wall, lean warriors, eyes too old for their youthful faces. Brian sat on the other side of the room, Peg by his side, the new survivors that joined us spread around him. There was a rift by ages, and I wondered how to bridge it. But they were all watching me. I stood in front of the room, as steady as I could manage. What do you want to do? I asked them. I didn't want them to look at me. I wanted them to ask Brian. I wanted them to ask Byron. They both wanted to make the decisions. I just wanted to get better and get going. Not necessarily with the group. We can't stay here, said Brian. Good, he was taking the conversation first. I watched Byron's boys shift against the wall, but the boy himself kept a poker face. There are 30 of us now, Brian continued. We're running out of places to scavenge here. It's a good idea to move if we want a bigger house, Byron said. But we have fish here, we have water. A generator and solar heater. We could just bring back RVs and trailers. When is the last time we caught a fish? My squad is out raiding, he said. Your people need to do the fishing. We have been, said Brian. There aren't any fish. It's a river, Byron shot back. Of course there are fish. Tell him Tyler. The scout studied the toes of his boots. He was shy to begin with, and being called out to speak in front of so many nearly sent him catatonic. Maybe, he stuttered. What do you mean, maybe? We never caught anything either, he said just above a whisper. When my parents. He broke off and bit his lip. Byron didn't make him finish. It's a tight fit, but we'll just expand where we scavenge. There are a couple of bigger cities we haven't hit yet. The more we look, said Brian, the greater the chance someone is going to get bit. Or followed. Or found. And we can't defend this place. Byron looked at the walls. Brian was right. The cabin was good for hiding, but except for the river, had no defense in case someone came along and wanted it. That had been our experience so far. Every other big group we encountered wanted to fight, wanted to take. We move on, I told them. I'll help you guys find a place, and then I need to keep hunting. That was it. It really was that simple. They just needed someone to say it, someone to make it real, and maybe they were waiting on me to do it. Someone to blame in case something went wrong. I bit back the cynicism. No one had blamed me when one of the kids got shot. No one had blamed me for the general showing up. They even offered to help me in the ambush against the militia chasing us. They were just waiting on me. Chapter 5. When you live out of backpacks, it takes less than a morning to pack up and get moving. Everyone had a job to do. Hannah led the children in storing food in packs and putting it in the truck. Byron's squad stowed the weapons. Brian led the adults in, making sure everyone had blankets, pillows, and covering in case we spent the night in the bus. They tied extra red plastic containers filled with gasoline to the roof of the bus in case we couldn't scavenge along the way. I wasn't too concerned. Alabama wasn't as populated as Florida or Georgia, but less people meant less Z. Plus, the state was only 4 hours across, less than a tank of gas. I told Brian as much when I checked the fuel gauge. Grasshopper theory, he told me. Pull a pebble from my palm. Different moral. The one with the ants and grasshopper getting ready for the winter. Didn't the grasshopper play around and freeze to death while the ants worked it all out? Yeah, he smirked. But I didn't think you'd get the ant theory. I didn't get the grasshopper theory either. Maybe I need to work on it. I grinned and clapped him on the shoulder, and we loaded up the bus. Peg took her seat in the driver's spot, Brian propped behind her with his weapon across his lap. Byron's squad spread out on both sides near windows, while Hannah, her mother, and the newbies corralled the kids in the middle seats. Which left me in the back of the bus again, Anna beside me. I was the only one who looked back at the cabin. How we crammed 30 people inside, and no one went crazy, was beyond me. But it felt good to be moving. You're smiling, Anna rested against my shoulder. You're not even looking. I can tell. She snuggled closer as the bus bounced along the road. We rode north for an hour, hit a blocked ramp at I-40 that was a mess of burned cars and overturned trucks on both sides. Peg kept us going north until we found a crossroad, and she turned west. After 20 minutes, we saw a sign for a town. It had to be a hole-in-the-wall burg, too small for even one stop sign. Basically, just a clearing in the forest with a couple of buildings on each side. And 2 pickup trucks blocking the road. The truck beds were full of men with rifles aimed at us as Peg slowed down. Get up here, Brian called out as he stood. I ran to the front of the bus. I had to give credit to the kids and others. They kept quiet, kept low. Maybe they were thinking about the bullet holes still stitched in the yellow walls. I leaned down next to Brian as one of the men stepped out of the truck and waved the bus to pull over in a shallow parking lot. Hillbillies, he said. No hills around here. Redneck army then, he grunted. Whatever they are, it's no good. Let's see what they want. They have guns and a roadblock. They want our stuff. And us. I did a quick count. There was 13 of them that I could see. If the hillbilly leader was smart, he would have a couple of guys on our flanks by the buildings. Can you see anyone else? I called to Byron as Peg pulled over and stumbled the bus to a stop. Negative. The men spilled out of the back of the truck and moved along either side of the bus, rifles aimed at the windows. Get on out here now, said the first man to the bus. What do we do? Peg whispered. 13 guns aimed at the bus full of kids and people. We could fight back and kill them, but how many would we lose in the process? Half. More. How many kids would die? I caught Hannah's eyes as they teared up. No one moved. Out, I said. I moved past Brian, opened the door, and stepped out into the pea gravel parking lot. Gun, the man indicated. I dropped my rifle by the front tire and pulled out the pistol to do the same. One by one the others followed me out, placing their guns in the pile and joining me. The hillbilly had us kneel in the parking lot, hands behind our backs as his men surrounded us. He directed one to search the bus, and the man came back holding open one of the backpacks of food. Y'all going somewhere? His men began passing out the food and practically ignored us. If I had a rifle then, we could have made short work of the hillbilly ambush and got back on the road. They argued for a can opener, then found a dozen with pull tops and began to slurp them down. We ain't ate in a while, said the hillbilly leader. He wiped orange spaghetti sauce off his lips with the sleeve of his jacket, his beady eyes wandering over the group, lingering on the women. If he got close enough, I could kill him. Flip his weapon and take out the men while they ate. We would lose a couple in the process, depending on how fast they recovered and fought back. But he kept out of reach. Too far to jump, too far to lunge. He held a can in one hand, emptied it as he walked, and tossed it toward the bus. A hillbilly litterer. It couldn't be worse, unless they started playing the theme to dueling banjos. Maybe his beady pig eyes were lingering somewhere else. Which one of you is in charge of this here outfit? Byron stood up. It took guts, because the man in overalls was more than likely going to kill the leader of the group to set the tone of the conversation. A shot to the leader's head would send a message that said, "You are now without one, because look what I did to him. Since I did that to your leader, you will now follow me." I'm not sure if that's what played through the boy's mind as he bounced up, or if it was just an instinct. It might have been the way he would handle things back at the school they had made Fortress, where it was rumored he had ruled with an iron fist, but since allying with Brian and I, the boy hadn't shown us he was a dictator. Or if he was, it was in credit, calling himself king. Byron betrayed me, even though he didn't mean to do it. He looked at me, and the hillbilly watched recognition dawning behind his moonshine-besotted eyes. He may have thought the act was prearranged between the boy and I, a ploy to act out if we were ever caught. Then I saw Brian was watching me too, and felt the other eyes of the group burning into me, watching for how I would react to save them all. As I'd done before. In times of war, the regent acts as warlord, and being taken hostage in an ambush was an act of war. The whole group, betrayers all. I almost grinned. The hillbilly noticed that too, and he did smile. Guess that's going to be you. I shrugged. I tried to do it with my eyes, but they just bounced in my sockets, and wiggling my eyebrows was just way too Marx Brothers for me, so I used my shoulders instead. Besides, that's what they were for. Shrugging and carrying backpacks, and occasionally being used as a pillow during hugs or crying. "All right, you," said the hillbilly. "Why don't you come with me while my men keep your people company?" Anna reached out and held my forearm. One of his men twisted his rifle toward her head. I gave her a look and a wink. "I'll be back," I said softly. If he was going to make an example, he'd do it in front of all of you. Out of sight wouldn't be as effective. His man shoved the barrel into the back of her head with a hard thunk. She winced and cried out. I stood up fast and he backpedaled away. "What's your name?" He wavered the barrel between me and Anna, and licked his lips too fast in one continuous slimy loop. His eyes were practically vibrating in his skull. "You." I turned to the hillbilly leader. "What's his name?" "Bubba," he answered. "You're kidding." "Why would I kid about that?" "A hillbilly named Bubba." "We ain't hillbillies," he said, his eyes going flat and serious. "Not literal hillbillies," I told him, and stepped away from the group to follow. "But there are hills around here, right?" He nodded, flat eyes watching. "Tell Bubba if he touches her again, I'm going to kill him," I said, and walked past him to the side of the road he had indicated for our parley. The eyes were still on me, all of them from our group, all of his men. Not a direct challenge to his leadership, but maybe a shot over the bow. "You hear that, Bubba?" "Yeah, I heard him." "If she moves, blow her head off." Overalls walked over to join me. "You hear that?" I sighed and nodded. "You didn't tell him what I said." "Oh, he heard you all right." "He heard you good. So long as we're listening to each other." He laughed again. "I can't tell if you're crazy or just think you're that much of a badass. The way you look, you done been in a few scrapes." "I got this from shaving." "Well, you won't need to shave where you're going." "Hell." I looked around the tiny clearing carved out in the middle of the forest on either side of the road to Talladega. "You think we might be there now?" "I can see how you might think that. But you ain't. We done pretty good here, And even better where y'all going to end up. Where is that? We got us a big camp set up at the speedway, he said. The racetrack. Ain't that what I just said? We've been there for 2 months since all this mess started. Do you want to kill us and take all our gear? He watched me for a minute, as if the thought had just occurred to him as a possibility. Now I suppose I could do that, but I'm just the leader of this camp, he told me. We got another boss back at the main camp, and he makes all those decisions. So, we're going to take your people there. Your people? Not all of you, no, he shook his head. You see, you've got to buy their ransom if you want us to let them go. Or you've got to pay tribute if you want to stay. Gas grasserassa. Huh. Nobody rides for free. Not in this world, man, not anymore. You think that's what got us to this point? What point? This place where we are in the universe. People just stop doing things for each other, stop caring, and then the Z happened, and now it's dog eat dog. We don't eat our dogs, man, he sounded offended. You're taking our gear. I motioned to the school bus and car loaded with supplies. That's a good ransom. Ransom, he croaked like he had won a prize. I was going to bet that was the one you chose instead of tribute. I don't look like the joining type. Nope, he smiled triumphant. What then? I feared they were going to want the women, ransom taken in flesh. Or the children. I watched his men from the corner of my eyes, and tried to calculate how it would have to go down once he said it. Who needed to be killed first and how, what action to take to maximize the damage. What I could do to buy time for Byron and the others to get armed again and help me. How many we would lose in the process. Our camp is running out of food, he answered. Yours is going to help, but we need more. You want us to teach you how to scavenge? No, man, we know how to do that. I watched him appraise me, his eyes calculating. We got something else needs doing by you. Chapter 6. The food depot was packed with Z. They wandered around the factory grounds locked behind a fence. I reached 83 before they started mixing together, and I lost count. There must have been over 100 of them. Those were just the ones I could see. The factory itself stretched across 4 or 5 acres, big giant warehouses surrounded by a half-dozen smaller buildings. The warehouse doors were shut, the overheads rolled down or connected to the backs of trailers. I could get in there and find 1,000 worker Zs just ready to chomp on my brains. Or there could be nothing. I didn't think there was nothing, though. Just the sheer amount of Z in the space between the 12-foot hurricane fence and the buildings had worn paths in the gravel and dirt. Circular patterns crisscrossed each other, and I wondered what the Z were thinking. Did they see movement at the fence line and veer in that direction to investigate? Even as I thought it, I started scanning and saw that yes, they did in fact do that. There were worn paths on this side of the fence too. It looked as if people had gone up to stare at the fence and ran away when the Z got packed too tight at that spot. Like hungry men looking through the glass window of a cafe at the patrons inside. According to the hillbilly gang, there was enough food inside to last a year, maybe more. It was a distribution center. I didn't see food though. I saw Z. And the truck depot. There were at least 8 trucks parked with their backs to the warehouse doors, and several more empty trailers across the asphalt parking lot. I tried to formulate a plan. I could set up shop in a tree branch and just pick off the Z inside. That would work, except the noise would attract any of the walking dead outside toward this location. I could get stuck in that tree, and this time there were no tricks from Byron's boys to help me down. I didn't want to shoot if I could help it. The new world was silent for a reason. Noise attracted the zombies. It also attracted the attention of other people, and so far, we hadn't had much luck with running into other groups. Usually, it was a Darwin's rule scenario. They wanted what we had, and wanted to take it by force. Those same groups had to be discouraged with a greater application of force. It gave me a bit of a reputation. I didn't mind though, since that same reputation spread by Hannah had built an alliance with a group of survivor children led by a 14-year-old megalomaniac. I was pretty sure Byron was insane and a genius, so I was glad he was on our side. He was being held at the trailhead along with the others, and a truckload of this food was the price for their freedom. I could have used his input, but since I didn't have it, I'd have to figure it out on my own. Quietly. Which meant no shooting. I could build a pike and start carving, but there were so many of them, I'd probably get exhausted, and a tired fighter could either be a dead fighter or a bitten fighter, which was as much as dead. Building a pike was a good plan, but not yet. I kept studying the layout in front of me. There were 2 roads that led to the depot, the driveway that was an offshoot of the main road, and a smaller access road that ran out of the back of the warehouse. Each of the roads had a tiny guard shack off to one side. I noted the doors were closed, and even though I couldn't see movement in the little windows, they could still hold Z. A plan began to formulate in my mind. I scooted back into the shadows of the tree line and went to hunt for the supplies I was going to need to make it happen. Chapter 7. I didn't have a map. One of the things I hated about the Z world, besides the zombies, was all the stuff I was used to using. GPS was one of them. 2 months ago, if I wanted to find a hardware store, I'd just unlock my smartphone and say the words, "Okay, Google." She would find what I needed, and maybe offer alternative suggestions. For me, the best part was the map. I could pull it up on the 5.5-inch screen and zoom in to see what I was looking for, the surrounding streets and stores on the same block. "Okay, Google," I muttered as I marched up the middle of the 2-lane road. "Show me a hardware store." I wanted a hardware store for supplies to break into the food depot. I also wanted some additional cover, a jacket and gloves. Being in just shirt sleeves made me feel very unprotected. Hell, being out of a car made me feel very unprotected, so I vowed that if I ran across one as I walked, I'd take it. Except the first 2 I found were gassed out, and the third was growing a tree out of the engine block where some considerate driver decided to park it. Blood on the steering wheel and vinyl seats made me think they might not have had much choice in the matter. By the time I found the 4th car, a gray sedan gassed up and ready to roll, I could see the town a few blocks ahead. Or what passed for a town in the 2-block collection of stores, empty storefronts and sports pub that lined the street as it passed through. There was a small brick building that served as a sheriff's office, but no cars in the lot that I could check for shotguns. I almost considered breaking in to raid the gun cabinet, but the shattered glass in the front door convinced me I was too late to that ballgame. And there wasn't a hardware store. Damn it, Google. There was a mart though. It could have been any sort of mart, but the first letters of the sign were gone, and the faded stains that normally made an outline around them was washed over with a smoky residue that seemed to cover the whole town. The mart had whole windows. The front door was closed. That was a good sign. I still didn't have anything to fight Z, if there were any inside. I'd been lucky on the hike in from the depot. No Z to bother with, not even the noise of their moans. But if one was inside the mart, I needed a weapon. I looked around the street for something to use, but it was clear. No one had left a gun, or pike or bazooka just laying around waiting for me to come along and pick it up. I trekked back to the car, checked the front and back seat, and still had no luck. I popped the trunk and found an old-fashioned jack next to the full-size spare. New jacks are tiny diamonds that expand from 4 or 6 inches all the way up to 16, enough to lift a flat tire off the ground when you need to change it. Old jacks were thick metal contraptions that you had to crank up a 3-foot metal square rod, using the end of the tire iron as a lever. I pulled the metal rod out of the trunk, removed the jack, and stuck the tire iron through my belt for backup. Now I had a solid steel pole that could do some real damage to a Z. It was still a lot closer than I liked to be for fighting, but there was a saying about begging and choosing. I chose to go into the mart and find a better, more useful weapon. The front door was unlocked. I hit the bells above the door with a steel pole, for a couple of extra jangles to attract the attention of anything inside. The place was abandoned. The food shelves were swept bare. Someone had been in here and cleaned out the 6 small aisles of goods. But like a lot of small-town marts and markets, this store was set up to be more than just a grocer. It had winter coats for workers in a corner, and I used the light coming through the front window to select a large and shrug it on. The shell was canvas, lined with a red and black flannel liner, and warm. The sleeves were thick and heavy, the jacket on the verge of being cumbersome. There was a shelf on the wall with hats and gloves and belts. I buckled another belt around my waist in case I needed it later, and skipped the hats. I stuffed a pair of brown jersey gloves in one pocket and a thick pair of heavy leather gloves in the other. I skipped the women and children section and went into a small hardware section. The tools were cleaned out, but I grabbed a couple of packages of plastic zip ties and slipped them into a pocket. On the bottom shelf was a set of small bolt cutters, and I hooked those to the new belt and kept searching. There may have been more in the back I could have used, but I couldn't make sense of what was left or how to make it work for what I thought I needed. I heard the bell over the door tinkle. "Hello in here," a scared-sounding voice called out. I shifted the pole in my hand and peeked around an end cap. A young black man stood trembling in the doorway, the fingers in his hands twitching as he stared into the shadowy darkness. I almost kept quiet. Maybe he would go away. But he didn't. He stood there with the door open, one foot still outside, so he could watch both directions, and waited. He must have known I was in here, had watched me come in. I cursed myself just a little because I should have paid more attention to my surroundings. If someone was watching me, I wanted to feel it, then remembered even though I thought I was a predator, there was always something bigger out there. I was worried about Z and didn't think about other survivors. Still, the kid didn't look armed. He looked terrified, like it had taken everything in him, and maybe some chemical courage to help him open up the door and call out. I stepped out quickly and strode for the door like I'd been waiting on him. He jumped. "Hello yourself," I said back and watched his face. He might have been handsome once upon a time, but whatever was making him twitch had robbed him of his good looks and a couple of teeth. His hair was matted, and pieces of leaves and dirt dotted his head. He'd been sleeping on the ground somewhere. He was almost as tall as me, but thin to the point of emaciation, like a skeleton wrapped in skin. I could tell this even through a heavy parka and jeans. He just had the look of a scarecrow, all beanpoles and flapping clothes. "You scared me," he said. I nodded. "There ain't no food left in there," he continued, and looked past me toward the empty shelves. His tongue darted in and out of his mouth, licking his thick lips in a nervous gesture. "Did you take it?" "Nah, man, it was gone when I got here." "Got here? How long ago was that?" "Couple of days," he lied. I could tell because he cut his eyes sideways and wouldn't meet mine. Or maybe he was tweaking on something, and that was just the way his eyes were working, because even after he said it, they kept darting around the room, landing on my face and skittering away like a scared animal through underbrush. "Been into the houses yet?" He studied me still. "Man, I don't break into houses." Was he serious? "How long since you ate?" The eyes flicked down and back, settled on a point on my forehead. "Couple of days." Hungry, and he looked it. Hopped up on something. But too honest to break into houses even after the apocalypse. Or too scared. "Let's see what we can find." I took a step toward him. He backed away quickly, tripped over his own feet, and plopped on his bottom on the sidewalk. He jumped up just as quick, and I got a glimpse of former athlete in his movements. He dusted off the bottom of his pants and kept distance between us. All right, that's how he wanted to play it. I took off for the nearest house, careful to study the road ahead, the buildings around us. I didn't get the sense anyone was watching, but that didn't mean it wasn't happening. Chapter 8. "What you looking for?" he asked from 15 feet back. I stopped at the first house, a small little traditional set back from the road. There was a garage to one side, a big picture window next to the red front door, and wilted flowers in flower beds that stretched along a stone path. "Equipment," I said, and tried the garage door. It folded up and out. The dark interior didn't have a car, but I didn't need that. I had one up the road waiting on a just-in-case basis. But the garage held something I could use. A riding lawnmower. It rested in the corner, covered in dust, but only a light layer, like it had been well maintained and used sometime before the last 2 months. There was a door from the garage to the house along one wall, neat shelves of small gardening tools and fertilizer on the other. The back was covered with toys, badminton rackets, balls, hoops. 2 gas cans set on the floor beside the lawnmower. "Stand back," I said to the boy, but it was wasted. He hadn't even stepped in the garage yet. I reached up and twisted the knob to the house and pulled the door open. A Z lurched out and started across the concrete toward the boy. He squealed, hopped, and twisted, getting tangled up in his own feet, and fell onto the pea gravel driveway. His feet made a scratching sound on the ground as he struggled to get up. The Z moaned, reached out 2 hands, and dropped when the steel pipe snapped its head almost off. I followed through with the swing and stared down at the boy. He stared at the zombie, mouth working open and closed like a fish out of water. A moaning, not quite Z sound issued from his lips. I held out my hand. "What's your name?" He looked at me, looked at the hand like it was something foreign, and looked at me again. Maybe he was slow. Maybe it wasn't something in his system causing him to twitch and shake. Maybe he had a traumatic brain injury or some congenital defect. Or maybe he was just so high, so hopped up that he couldn't process things in a normal fashion. "What's your name?" I asked again, slower. "Malik." "Come on, Malik, let's eat." He reached up then and grasped my hand. His grip was strong when he wasn't twitching, and I helped him up. The house smelled. They all smelled now, either like they had been kept as a Z kennel when well-meaning idiots locked loved ones up inside until a cure could be found, or they smelled empty and abandoned. This one smelled like zombie. Rotten meat. Decay. I was used to it. We stepped from the garage into a small galley kitchen. "Don't open the fridge," I pointed Malik toward the cabinets. "Clean them out. Stack it on the table." I left him to gather food and explored the rest of the house. "We gonna get in trouble for breaking in," he called after me. I shook my head. World full of zombies, marauders, and bandits, and I stumble across a kid with a guilt complex. They won't mind. The kitchen door led to a dining room with a narrow table and into a living room. The carpet was stained with Z gore on the floor in a rough circular pattern. It must have paced back and forth in the room until it heard us in the garage. There were 3 deer heads mounted on the wall and a couple of antler mounts. I pulled the blinds to let light into the room, and a dusty cabinet in the corner revealed what I wanted. A gun cabinet. It was locked. I felt along the top of the cabinet, and my fingers touched a cold metal key. I fumbled it up, sneezed at the dust, and slipped it into the keyhole. The cabinet had 3 guns, a Marlin 336 lever rifle, a single-shot .22 rifle, and a 410 double-barrel shotgun. I scooped up the box of ammunition for the Marlin and loaded it, then emptied the rest of the bullets in the jacket pocket. I checked the cabinet and shelves underneath for ammo for the other weapons, but there wasn't any. I did find a folding 6-inch buck knife in a pouch and attached it to the extra belt, and a sling for the rifle so I could carry it easier. The bedrooms were full of clothes, memories, and stuff I couldn't carry or use, but I did grab a couple of rags out of the bathroom and stuff them in my pockets too. Malik stood over the table in the kitchen and presented his haul like a treasure when I stepped back in. He eyed the rifle with suspicion, tongue snaking across his lips in a constant motion. There were 3 cans of soup, some vegetables, boxes of pasta mixes, along with condiments, syrup, and a package of chocolate chip cookies. I rifled the drawers to find a can opener and tossed it to him. "Soup." He fumbled with the opener, got it set, and twisted the tops off the soup cans. I passed him one and told him to drink it, slurped down the other cold, and drank half of the next. Cold chicken noodle tastes greasy and salty, and he guzzled down the can and a half like it had been more than 2 days since he ate. I ripped open the package of cookies and split them down the middle, 12 each. They were old, stale, and still tasted delicious. I double-checked the empty cabinets, then went back into the house for a bag. All I could find was a giant woman's purse satchel in glittering gold pleather. It did not match my hiking boots, but I'd have to chance a ticket from the fashion police, because it held the rest of the food pretty well. Malik followed me out into the garage as he munched on the cookies, taking his time with 4 bites each. I appreciated him savoring them and wished I hadn't scarfed mine down so fast. In the garage, I hunted up rope and fashioned a harness to the front of the riding lawnmower, then clicked it in neutral and set the cans of gas on it. Malik shuffled to one side to keep out of my way, and I noticed a silver boombox radio. I checked to make sure the volume was low and turned it on. The radio stations blared static, but there was an 80s metal band in the cassette player, and even though it was 3/4 speed when I clicked play, it still worked. Malik fished through drawers and pulled out a package of D batteries that fit the boombox, and I added them both to the lawnmower seat. Then I picked up the harness and started dragging the lawnmower toward the road. Malik stepped up to the back and started pushing, occasionally reaching up to straighten the steering wheel, and we didn't share a word as we dragged it back to the food depot. Chapter 9. "You can't get in there," Malik stuttered. I was with some others, and we came over there and looked. "There's too many of them." "Yep," I said. "All them zombies is going to get us if we try to go in." "Then we won't go in." "What you got planned? You going to fly over them or something?" That made me pause. Damn, Malik had a good idea, and there were only 2 reasons it wouldn't work. We didn't have a hot air balloon or blimp, and second, I didn't know how to fly one if we did. I suppose in a hot air balloon, you just heat them up and rise, and hopefully you catch a good wind. A blimp was probably more like a plane, and since I didn't know how to fly, we'd put that damn good idea on hold. I wouldn't mind finding a pilot though. That would turn my 7 hours to Arkansas into just 2. Or if we ran across a crop duster, I might chance it myself. Crop dusters couldn't be that hard to fly, could they? Do you know anyone who has a crop duster around here? What's that? A crop duster. The planes they use to spray crops. I thought they used tractors for that. They do. But they use planes for it too. Fly low to the ground and dust the crops with pesticide or herbicide. In a plane, Malik stared in wonder at the empty sky. I know they had them little planes for flying people, but I ain't never seen one like you saying. Maybe we had to be closer to the delta for a crop duster. I wasn't sure if they used them on other types of plants besides cotton and soybeans. Flying to Arkansas would have to wait. Just like flying over the fence in a hot air balloon would too. We would have to see if this plan would work instead. I hauled on the rope from the hardware store and pulled the lawnmower toward the larger of the 2 gates. Malik pushed. "I still don't know what you was going to do," he grunted. I liked that he just kept helping though. He might be curious, sure as hell was scared, but Malik was ready to do what it took so he could stick around. It was a great work ethic, and I took a moment to appreciate it. We rolled the lawnmower up to the gate and turned it around. I ripped open the bag of long zip ties and used them to lock the steering wheel on a straight course back up the road we had just dragged it down. The Z had noticed us and had started veering our way, shuffling and lumbering for the gate, the sounds of their moans growing louder. It had an effect on Malik. Sweat popped out on his forehead, and his hands and fingers jerked in tiny bird-like movements, twitching and fidgeting as he tried to figure out how to best help. His big eyes kept watching the fence, watching the Z beyond, as if there weren't a barrier between us holding them back. "Start it up," I told him and took the bolt cutters back to the fence. There was a padlock on the gate. A quick swipe and it clinked to the ground. Malik twisted the ignition key on the mower, and it whirred in a loud burr before catching. The motor broke the silence like a banshee. "You ready?" I shouted over the roar. Malik nodded. He began jogging up the road. "Damn it, Malik," I screamed after him, but he thought I meant run and took off even faster. He was supposed to put the lawnmower in drive as I opened the gate and we could run off together. I looked over my shoulder. There were about a dozen Z rapidly approaching the gate, and a dozen more behind them. I shoved against the fencing and rolled it open with a creak that could almost be heard over the rumble of the motor. I jogged to the tractor, dropped it into drive, and jumped back as it lurched up the road and began a steady thumping. A moan sounded in my ear. Call it instinct, call it natural drive for self-preservation, call it what you will, but I jumped straight into the arms of a waiting Z. He was faster than the others, a burly foreman type with tattered coveralls and gore-covered work boots. He was taller than me by a head or more, and quiet until he reached me. The Z latched onto my coat sleeve and started to haul my arm to his mouth. I didn't scream. That wasn't me. It had to be someone else making the UHN sound as I struggled to yank out of his tight grip. He pulled, relentless, and stuffed the sleeve in his mouth. I yanked harder. He bit down. This time, it was me screaming. I slid the buck knife out of the belt pocket and fumbled it open with my left hand, then jabbed the sharp point through his eye straight back into his zombie brain. The foreman dropped like a sack, arms sprawled wide, mouth clenched tight around the sleeve of my coat, and dragged me off balance. The other Z were approaching now, the tractor motor pulling a few in that direction towards the noise and the movement, but a few others were vectoring in on the fight between me and the Z. I pushed up off of the dusty blacktop and ignored my throbbing arm. I didn't want to look at it yet. I started moving up the road, walking fast at first, but that turned into a jog and then I was sprinting. Sight blurred as hot tears filled my eyes and streaked down and back on my face as I left the depot and tractor and zombies behind. I reached the tree line, but couldn't see Malik in the shadows. This was far enough ahead that they couldn't see me veer off the road and into the woods. I took 10 steps in until there was enough cover to hide me from the road, leaned back against the rough bark of an oak and glanced down at my arm. The canvas sleeve was covered in slobber. I twisted it and looked, studied the material, but it hadn't been broken. I slid my arm out of the coat so it was half on, half off, and looked at my elbow. The long sleeve shirt was whole. I barked out a guffaw of relief. Just to be sure, I unbuttoned the sleeve, rolled it back, and checked. The skin under the bit was already turning purple and yellow, a huge bite-shaped bruise, but the skin was intact. I grinned like a maniac as I buttoned up and slid my arm back in the coat. Were the layers hot? Hell yeah. Did they restrict movement? Like that kid in the movie with the snowsuit, and if we were farther north, I'd be dressed in one of those, or in as much Kevlar body armor as I could find. But the uniform of layered clothes I had worn since day one of the Z Armageddon had saved my life. I may have looked like a homeless hunter, but I was a still living, still breathing, non-flesh-eating zombie homeless hunter. Who was unarmed? In the woods. A roadway full of Z passing by 20 meters away. I shifted the coat, rotated my arm just a little, and took off through the woods. It was easy to stick to the edge of the tree line. In the South, when a new company or business decided to build, the economic development committees of those towns would drive the owners or site selectors around in tax-funded SUVs. They would look at wooded natural sites and envision what it would look like with a new parking lot and ugly plain structures there instead. I did wonder once before all of this why they didn't choose old warehouses, or older sections of cities that had been left to rot and urban decay, or factories on the edges of town that were lost to a political whim and loose regulation in the 90s that opened up Mexico and Canada. They economic development folks never showed those sites, as if they were haunted by ghosts of a failed past. They almost always chose a section of town or county that needed to be cleared and developed. I suppose it was to create even more jobs for locals who had to bulldoze down the trees and prepare the site. Though in my experience, most of those companies brought in outside contractors and subcontractors based on lower bids. So whatever the goal of the county officials might have been, most of that construction money lined someone out of state's pocket. This particular site was no exception. The acres were surrounded by woods, and when they had selected it to build, the bulldozers had rolled in from the main road. Giant D8s with 12-foot blades that scythed the pines, oaks, and cherry wood trees like a vengeful reaper. The blade ripped the trees up from the ground as they denuded the entire site, and here on the edge the tree line was a harsh border, uneven and unnatural. The underbrush of briars and brambles were thick in areas where light slanted in from the open space beyond, so it slowed down passage as I made my way to the far side of the depot and the other road. I was out of breath as I checked both directions. It was clear, and I stepped out onto the smaller one-lane back road. Malik was waiting. He stood in the middle of the road, watching the guard gatehouse and the lot beyond, and turned as I moved out of the woods. He held my rifle in shaking hands and pointed it at me. "It's me," I assured him. "I know," he slurred. I could see then he had been crying, giant swollen tears still standing out on his thin cheeks. His lips quivered, and the tremors in his hands made the rifle barrel bounce and dance as he kept it aimed at me. "I saw you get bit." I held up the sleeve and showed him it was whole. "Just a bruise." The gun didn't waver, or to be more accurate, it wavered a lot in a semi-tight 6-inch roll, circling and jerking as he shook on the roadway. But it did not turn away from me, and I saw his finger tighten on the trigger. "Malik," I said, and held up both hands, showing him I wasn't a threat. "I wasn't bitten. He just got the coat. I can show you." I kept my voice calm because his wild-looking eyes were swinging to the sleeve, back to my face, to the woods, back to my eyes again. I tried to catch them when they met mine, hold them so he could see how serious I was. "Let me show you," I said. The barrel swung and jittered as I lifted my uninjured arm to the zipper and slid it down, then shimmied out of the coat. I stood in the roadway again, just as I had in the woods by the oak, and showed him the unbroken material of the sleeve. Then, still making sure he was watching closely, I undid the button on the cuff and rolled it up, showing him the smooth white skin of my arm. "I'm still me," I assured him. "For now." He grinned a little and licked his lips in that habit he had, his tongue snaking out and around, and though he still jittered, he moved the rifle off me and toward the trees while I dressed again. Then he swung the barrel toward my head, lifted the stock to his shoulder, and squinted down the sights. "Malik," I shouted. It was all I had time to shout before he pulled the trigger. Chapter 10. I heard the bullet buzz past my ear and splotch into something behind me. "Zombie," he whispered as the echo of the shot rang out through the trees. I spun around and scooted toward the far side of the road, in case there were more Z after the first, and to get even with Malik, just in case he felt like shooting again. I was getting pretty tired of people shooting at or by my head. If I lived past this Z plague, I was going to be death. A truck driver zombie sprawled in the trees not too far from where I had come out. He must have followed me, and in the pattern of zombies, where one went more were not too far behind. Plus, Malik had just let them all know where we were. And if there were any non-Z predators close by, he told them too. "We've got to move." I grabbed the rifle from his hand and started jogging up the road toward the guard shack. He fell in step behind me, one hand clutched across his stomach as he ran. I was trying to think of a plan. A lot of the Z in the lot beyond had followed the tractor or each other through the open gate on the far side, but I counted 20 still moving inside as we approached the smaller rear gate. The front gate had been built for the diesel trucks hauling trailers out, the roadway twice as wide. But back here the gate was built for employee access, so a single-lane road had a single pane of fence on track. It was padlocked too, and I realized that the bolt cutters were on the side of the road where I dropped them next to the dead foreman zombie. "Damn it," I muttered. The Z inside had watched us approach, moving closer to the gate and fence, and their moans and actions attracted a few others, so that the Z lined up along the gate across the road and pressed against the groaning metal. "Behind us," Malik said in a high-pitched voice. It wasn't quite panic, but it was close to it. Scared. Almost scared witless, I thought, because had he kept his wits, we could have knifed the Z and kept quiet. I followed his pointing finger and saw 3 Z moving up the road toward us, and even as I watched, one more moved out of the woods and joined them. I could also see through the fence to the other side of the depot, and Z were changing their angle from the tractor to move across the cleared open space outside the fence line toward us. My grand plan for the tractor to play Pied Piper and lead the Z away from the depot had almost worked, and but for an errant shot, we were in the clear. What do we do? Malik licked. Z to the left of us, Z to the front of us. I felt like one of those soldiers in the charge of the Light Brigade, only there were no roar of cannon, no grenadier tossing musket balls down a narrow canyon slot to strew a line of bodies up the defile. Just zombie. Shoot them, he whined. But that wasn't the answer. More shots would draw more Z, more predators. If we ran up against bandits or marauders with just one rifle and a buck knife, we wouldn't have to worry about the Z. And I was thinking ahead. Thinking past the depot and what would happen on the road back to the camp. I was thinking about that rifle and 3 or 4 more just like it, and every bullet saved could be one used later to free my people. Task at hand, though. I took a couple of deep breaths. We had time before any of the outside Z arrived. We had no bolt cutters, but the press of bodies against the fence was forcing it to bend out. The hurricane chain link was designed to delineate a line, not be an impenetrable wall. More weight against it would force the gate down. Ski-daddle, I told him. What? Ski-daddle, I explained with a grin. He licked his lips. Look, man, I don't know what that means. Into the guard shack. I hustled across the road and lifted a booted foot to plant against the doorknob. It busted in with 2 swift kicks and bounced back on the hinges. An old security guard gone Z tumbled through the half-open door as momentum took it back into the dark shadows. Malik hopped back and squealed. I grabbed the rifle by the barrel and did my best Babe Ruth, swinging for the fences. The stock connected with his skull and smashed it like a ripe melon, scattering the contents across the wall of the shack in a gray Rorschach test. Malik Drive heaved in one long grunt. The old Z dropped, and I stood back to see if he was alone. It was, but the inside of the gatehouse smelled like rotten Z had been trapped in there for weeks. Black unidentifiable stains marred the vinyl floor. The walls were covered in dried drips and scratches. There was a small window beside the door that let in meager light, and a window on each of the other 3 walls designed for cross-ventilation. The natural light created deep shadows in the one-room hut, and I wasn't able to see behind the desk, but motioned Malik inside anyway. I shut the door behind him, and we hid. Chapter 11. The stench was almost unbearable. Fear roiled off Malik in waves, a pungent sickly miasma that filled the narrow 8x10 shack, competing with the smell of rotten zombie that permeated the walls. Just relax, I whispered from behind the desk for myself as much as for him. Just stay calm. I studied the interior layout. There wasn't much we could use in the way of weapons. No back door, just the windows on each wall and the front door. Z shadows darkened the window panes on 2 sides as they passed by, going to the guard shack road and by the door. They weren't smart enough to look inside. I knew this deep in my gut, but there was still the fear they might. If the Z ever got smart, it was the end of the human race. There were just too many chances for them to turn you, to catch you and eat you. Transmission by biting seems like the easiest thing to avoid. I hadn't been bitten since I was a kid, not by another human. Dog bites and nips, sure, but even my kids weren't biters. Or maybe they had been, and I had just blocked that memory. But you just don't expect to get bitten, not by another human. Z's were predators too, and being formerly human, no one expected the bite. It's why the virus or whatever it was spread so quickly. A paramedic leaned down to give a victim mouth-to-mouth and got bitten. A mother grabbed her infected child and hugged her close. A lover wiped the sweat-soaked brow of another. Empathy is what ended the human race, or at least drop the population by 5 or 6 billion. I can't say Mother Earth wouldn't be pleased with the results, and nature was already beginning to reassert her dominance over the world. It still left a couple of billion zombies roaming around trying to infect, kill, and eat the rest of us survivors. Right now, they weren't looking in the window. They were just passing by and blocking sunlight. Malik whimpered with each shadow, whining with each faded patch of darkness that moved across the floor. The back window. It faced the fence, barely 8 inches between the wall of the shack and the chain link. I glanced at the window, waited until it was clear, and clumped across the plywood floor to the window and raised it. Or tried to lift it. The sash was stuck. I planted the heels of my palms against the narrow metal rim and shoved. The window squeaked as it forced all the way open. I ducked down into the darkness. The Z may not know to look in through windows, but the noise attracted them. They bounced off the window by the door, banged against the hollow core metal door itself, sending loud thuds through the room. The sour smell of fear rolled across the floor again. I wanted to call out to Malik, but shadowy rotten heads filled the dusty window pane. Then they were gone. It took a moment, a few seconds of terror as I wondered if they were coming through the thin door, longer still for the boy on the floor behind the desk. But the thing about fear is, it gets to be easy to live with. Already on this day, I'd survived a bite. I didn't want to push my luck, but so long as the door held, we were safe. Safe-ish. We still had to get in the depot, though. I checked the front window and moved to the open one on the back wall. It was a tight 8 inches from the wall of the shack to the fence, and both ends were open, so any Z that made it this far back could in theory scoot down the narrow opening. We were going to have to be fast going over the fence. I wasn't worried about the climb for me, since I was going first. The razor wire at the top was single strand, but we would deal with that as we got to the top. I looked through the fence. The Z were by the gate, only 3 or 4 meters away from where we would land. That meant once boots hit the ground, we'd have maybe 5 seconds before they were on us. First one down would be in the most danger. I looked at Malik. If he was first, I'd lose him. He was too scared to fight. But if he hit the ground and pulled a rabbit, the Z would chase after him as he tore across the ground. Maybe he would lead them on a merry chase, and I'd get the chance to move to the next stage of the plan. "Malik, you feel like running?" I whispered. His sob was answer enough. I wasn't sure if I could even get him over the fence to follow me. I might have to leave him in the guard shack, paralyzed by fear. I knelt in front of him. He had his knees pulled up to his chest, swollen tears dripping down his dirty face. He sniffed twice and wouldn't look at me. "I'm going over the fence," I explained. "You should come with me." He nodded. So at least he was listening. "You're going to have to be Johnny on the spot when we land. The Z are about 5 seconds away from us, and we're going to have time to hit and run. You read me?" He nodded again. "Say it back to me." He looked up then, and I could see I had been wrong. Malik was scared, more scared than me, but he had a glint of iron will in his eyes. He would go over first if I asked him. He would run and lead the Z away if I needed him to do it. He didn't want to. He didn't want to go over. Didn't want to do anything but curl up in a ball in this shack and hide out until all the Z were gone and the world was back to the way it was. But we knew that wasn't going to happen. "I'm ready," he whispered back. "Razor wire at the top," I told him. "Watch your hands." I reached into the pocket of the canvas jacket and handed him a pair of thin jersey gloves. They weren't much protection, but would be better than raw skin. "They're going to hear us on the fence." I checked the window and moved back to the far wall. Still empty out there. Even the moaning had subsided, which was bad because they would hear our boots on the chain link. "Up fast as you can," I told him. "I'll go first, but you're on my ass, got it?" He nodded and wiped his nose on the sleeve of his jacket and took 4 steps across the room to stand behind me. I jumped then, through the window, jackknifing my upper body onto the fence and shoving my fingers into the narrow diamond-shaped openings. I pulled hard and yanked my legs through the openings and scrambled up the fence. The toes of my boots were too big to stick in the fence, so I just pushed and leveraged up. It wasn't easy. Malik was out of the window after me and moving up the fence like he was born to climb. The tips of his boots fit into the slots, giving him extra purchase, but I was fumbling, shaking the whole section. The metal fence clanged on the metal pipe, sounding like a Z dinner bell. We had 3 feet before they noticed, and 2 feet more before the Z inside covered the fence under where we needed to land. Malik made the top and hesitated. The movement of the Z inside drew the rest of the outside Z to the fence, and they shoved into the narrow opening between the guard shack and fence. The size forced them to go one at a time, but they filled both sides. "Roof!" I shouted. Malik stepped over onto the roof of the shack, and I was right behind him. We both lay on the rooftop, one of us gasping and flexing his fingers because he had used them to hold all of his weight against the thin metal of the fence. The other younger kid didn't look as scared outside. He looked like a kid hiding out on the roof of his school and waiting for the patrol car to leave after a prank gone sideways. "They going to move," he told me. "Just give 'em time." He was right. As soon as we disappeared over the roof, the volume of the zombie moaning went down a couple of levels. We could hide out here for a couple of hours, and they would all disperse from the fence. Only, I didn't have a couple of hours to spare. I had a couple of hours to get the truck back and save my friends. Chapter 12. I rolled over to the edge of the guard shack and peeked, hoping that the movement wouldn't draw too much attention. It didn't. The Z inside were still at the fence, just standing there waiting. Could they smell us? I thought the zombies focused on movement and noise, but what if I was wrong? "They're not moving," Malik said in a voice lower than a whisper as he shimmied up next to me. "It's too far to jump over," I could envision in my head, leaping over the fence, falling the 10 feet to the ground and landing to run. It wouldn't end well. A twisted ankle, and we would join the mindless puttering around the depot yard. "I can make it," he bragged. I almost let him. It would be like the run rabbit scenario. They would feast on Malik al fresco while I dropped down out of their reach. "Too dangerous," I said. His eyes flashed. "Watch." He shoved up on his toes and tips of his fingers, took 3 steps across the roof, landed with his foot on the pole at the top of the fence, and leaped over the heads of the zombies. If I tried it, I'd hit razor wire. My foot would slip on the pole. I could see a dozen ways it could go wrong for me. But Malik did it with confidence, as if leaping Z in a single bound was just something he did every day. He landed with the grace of a gazelle, and tucked into a roll that popped him up on both feet a few meters from the inside Z. They didn't notice him flying, but they heard him land and turned to wobble toward him, moaning louder. That cleared the fence line for me, and I did 1 narrow step across, leaned down and lowered myself on the inside, dropping the last few feet and kicking my toes against the Z still reaching through the outside of the fence. I hit the ground with a thud, not as graceful as Malik, but stayed on my feet. The noise made 2 of the zombies turn back toward me. "Run," Malik called, and he took off jogging. I took his advice and ran down the fence line to the road and began jogging after him. There was no need to run any faster. The Z were perpetual and relentless, but steady. Not slow. Not fast. Just forever. Malik waited for me to catch up, and we jogged up the road through the depot yard together. "Good work," I told him. He flashed a white-toothed grin. "Long jump, high jump, track and field," he bragged. I could see him almost wanting to blow on his fingernails and buff them on his coat. It paid off. I gave him a last compliment. We needed to focus on what was next. We were over the Z, but still in here with them. Trapped behind a fence, and we didn't know what was in the warehouse yet. "Let's move closer to the building and check out those doors," I pointed. "If we can get one up, we need to do that." Malik nodded, then did that thing that the young do that pisses off older people so much. He took off with a burst of energy, moving with the effortless ease of a well-trained athlete. I could put on a burst of speed to keep up, fueled mostly by pride, but I'd burn through that like a rocket during launch. I let him be young and be fast as he raced up the road and careened over to run parallel to the overheads. He passed 1, 2, and stopped at the third and hopped up on the narrow concrete ledge to yank on the metal roll-up. It didn't budge. He shrugged to me as I caught up, jumped down and kept moving to check. Malik stopped at number 8, this time waiting for me, and we both pushed up on the roll-up metal. It screeched and shuddered as the mechanism caught, and counterweights pulled it out of our hands, and it crashed back with a bang. The interior of the warehouse was bathed in pools of sunlight, where it washed through skylights in the roof. Shadows shuffled through the patches of lights, and loud moans washed over us before the stink. Keep moving. I jumped down and Malik took off again. We left the door open as an invitation for the Z inside to come out and enjoy fresh air. Doors 9 and 10 were locked, and that was the last one before the corner of the warehouse. I took a breath to call out to Malik, tell him to go wide around the blind spot as he reached it. A Z pitched out and crashed into him, the two going down in a tumble of limbs and moans and the boy's screams. He fought against the Z, shoving its head up and away from his him. I unslung the rifle as I ran, and took a hard swing with the barrel in hand. It cracked against the raised head and broke its neck with a loud snap. The head lolled backwards, held on only by skin, but the mouth still bit, still opened and snapped. I kicked the body off Malik and helped him up as the zombies chasing us drew closer. Thanks, he sobbed and brushed the gunk off his sleeves and coat. It stained the brown gloves, and he dropped them on the ground as we started jogging again. There were more doors along this side of the building, 10 more set in the walls. 3 were blocked by trailers, the metal cargo containers pressed flush with the building. Malik started trying doors again. The first one opened, and we were greeted with Z moans. He hopped down, hit the third, and it opened too. The next 2 were blocked by trailers. We heard a splat behind us and turned. Z were dropping over the side of the open door and plopping into the concrete bay. They didn't jump or hop down, normal behavior for a human, but took a step forward out into the empty space and face planted into the ground. No windmilling arms to break the fall, no awkward twists or turns to try and balance or even stay inside the building. The Z just reached the end of the floor inside and kept walking until they plowed into the ground. The first 2 just twitched and moved, but the second and third wave of singles landed on the others to soften the blow. They crawled and lurched toward us. How many you think in there? Malik licked his lips. No way to know, I said. He nodded, as if that's what he expected. We needed to get inside, get a look at some of the trailers backed up to the doors. Chances were some were half full, or if luck was with us, all the way full. Then we could get one of the trucks running and just attach it. I tried not to think about the facts. I didn't know how to drive a tractor trailer. I didn't know how to attach a trailer to the engine. But those were inconsequential facts that couldn't stand in the way of getting the job done. People were relying on me, and my choices had been made. Besides, I wanted to get back to the camp, and a trailer full of food bought me time. Time for me to consider how to unleash hell and wreak havoc. Chapter 13. Malik opened the next door behind the trailer, and I hopped up beside him. We could see the shafts of sunlight coming in through the skylights, creating yellow squares of sunshine on the floor of the warehouse where we could see them, and outlining rack after rack of boxes in a soft glow where we couldn't. The doors he had opened along 2 walls let in a lot of light too, creating a twilight world where zombies shuffled toward the openings and newfound freedom. The plopping of their bodies was like the steady drip from a faucet, not quite an endless procession of Z, but just a repetition. I didn't stop to count, but there must have been over 100 former workers inside. Which made me wonder about how the virus started in here. Was this a company that made their employees come to work even as the world collapsed around them? Or was there something more sinister at work? Was this a trap? Or bait? A Z shambled out of the darkness, arms extended, and moaned. This time Malik didn't cry out, which I was grateful for, since it would have alerted more to our incursion. He just flinched out of the way, and the Z vectored in on me. I took a swing with the rifle, and hated the close quarters of the work. The Z's head splatted, and the rest of its body splotched into the concrete bay. I pointed toward the 2 trailer doors. Malik scooted over to the first one, bent down, and rolled it up. The clacking of the metal rollers on the overhead tracks boomed inside the dark warehouse. He fumbled with the latch on the trailer doors, folding the metal arm up and out, then twisted it out so the door could open. It was empty. "Leave it," I said, and moved to the next one. The noise of both doors let everything inside know where we were, and a few of the Z outside bumping up against the concrete wall under the open doors. I opened the 2 levels of doors, while Malik jittered behind me. "They coming," he breathed. I knew they were coming. They were always coming. I fumbled the trailer door open and sighed. It was half full. Call me an optimist, but a half-full trailer with cans of red beans was a beautiful sight to behold. We just needed to fill it the rest of the way up. I jumped up and did a running round of swings with the rifle, cracking skulls and dropping Z just to give us some space to think. I could try to get the couple of 100 boxes back to the hillbilly camp, but they could just send me back for more. That would waste my time, and I wanted to get this done so I could move on. We still had to get the rest of the group free of the camp, and then go set up a new fort somewhere else, unless they were following me all the way to Arkansas. Brian was pretty insistent on hunkering down and starting the rebuild. Byron wanted the rebuild too, and enact the plans he kept in tattered notebooks in his backpack, designs drawn for his impenetrable school that ran out of food after a month. So to help them, I had to return with a full load or as close to it as we could manage. Besides, a truckload of food would be a great distraction, and while the hillbillies were focused on it, I could either do damage or get free. "We need more," I told Malik, and took a swing at the nearest Z. "That's enough," he argued back. "There's too many in here." I ignored his pleas and started running for the racks, swinging at any zombie that came too close, dodging the others with a sidestep or shuffle. Malik followed on my heels. I guess he didn't want to wait by himself. Have you ever run through a mostly dark warehouse full of zombies, trying to find a dolly or pallet cart, and read the faded black lettering on dust-covered boxes in an attempt to get food as a ransom for your group? I do not recommend it. I found a row of box canned beans first. "Pull down the boxes and stack them here," I told Malik. Then I played guard dog and kept the aisle and opening clear of Z. He got as many boxes as he could reach down the first quarter of the row, and we were faced with a quandary. Carry the boxes back by hand, or find something to haul them with. Malik had gathered 38, and I ran the math in my head and came up with too many trips by hand. One of us carrying 2 boxes, the other only one to keep a hand free to swat at Z. Too many chances to get bit, get hit, or otherwise mess up. "We need a cart," he huffed. Reading my mind. Or maybe I said it out loud. My arms were getting tired of swinging, and I wanted to shed this coat and its stink of zombie gore. I swung again. On a brighter note, we seemed to be running low on Z. There were fewer coming at us now, and the sound of their moans had shifted from inside the warehouse to the open cargo bay doors, where they gathered in the narrow depressions and bounced off the concrete. Inside, most were dead or walking toward us, so we could put them in that state. "Cart," I agreed, and we jogged along the wall looking for where a warehouse might store a cart or hand truck. Malik found one and gave a triumphant cry. It turned into a low shriek of terror when a zombie stumbled out of the pitch-black shadow and latched onto his coat. He backpedaled, tripped, and I had time to skip in and tee off on the Z's temple. We grabbed the handle of the pallet cart and pulled it back to the boxes. It was designed to hold plastic-wrapped pallets of boxes like the ones inside the trailer, but Malik was a master at stacking. I was able to help with 4 or 5 boxes between Z patrol. We hauled it back to the trailer and dumped them inside, then went back one aisle over and cleared out 40 more boxes. We probably could have done that 5 more times and stacked the inside of the trailer from floor to ceiling, and maybe that's what the hillbillies expected. But 200 cases of beans and corn we loaded in 5 trips, plus whatever they had inside the trailer already, would be enough. It had to be. We still had to find a tractor and hitch it. Malik locked the trailer doors, and we peeked out of the open roll-up beside it. 4Z were in the bay moaning to get back in at us. I motioned Malik to follow me 3 closed doors down. We rolled it back and jumped down into the empty bay outside. The Z turned toward us, but we jogged up the narrow grade and started hunting for one of the big diesel engines. You know how to hotwire a truck. I don't know nothing about stealing a truck, he said in an indignant voice. Just checking, I told him. We could always hope for keys. How about that one, he pointed. There were 3 trucks lined up on a road, trailers attached and pointed toward the open gate. We jogged over to the first one in line, popped open the trailer doors, and Malik began cursing. It was filled with cases of canned beans. He locked it closed, and we checked the second trailer. It was full of canned peaches. We didn't even have to do that trailer, he said. I thought it could have been left unsaid. A little over an hour gone while we worked to put boxes into the half-empty trailer, and another hour spent running around the outside of the warehouse. All because I forgot about these trucks and checking them when we got inside. Malik opened the driver's door on the first truck and climbed up. Keys inside, he called out. I turned around and sent 4 shots into the heads of the closest Z as they approached. The noise, he said. But I didn't care. We could have been back at the camp by now, maybe even on the road with the freed group. Do you know how to drive this thing? I grunted. He shook his head and kept his eyes locked on my face. I could see a reflection in the shiny chrome of the truck, but I couldn't tell if I really looked like a monster or it was just the distortion. I can learn, he muttered. Scoot over. I hauled myself up into the cab beside him as he scrambled over the middle console and into the passenger seat. I studied the layout in front of us. Ignition. Keys in it. Wheel. Gas on the right. Clutch, 2 pedals and brakes in the middle. I gritted my teeth, sent up a silent prayer, and shoved the clutch to the floor while I turned the key. The engine started up with a belch of smoke. The gear shift was set up in 18 speeds, a standard H pattern I was familiar with. The gear did a little grind as I ratcheted it into first and eased off the truck. The tractor bounced forward against the restraints of the trailer, then caught and slowly gained speed. I shifted through second and third while we kept moving in a straight line up through the gate and up the drive to the main road. There was an occasional splat of Z as we ran over one. I tried to feel bad about it, but couldn't. I was still fuming at myself for not thinking the plan through, fought the diesel around the turn onto the main road, and settled into a steady 30 miles per hour, headed back to the hillbilly camp. I glanced over at Malik watching me, his tongue darting in and out of his mouth across his chapped lips, eyes wide in fear and apprehension. We're almost done, I told him. I know. He turned away then, ducking his head. I wondered what he meant by it. Chapter 14. I found out what he meant after 10 miles. The truck was cruising along at a steady 20 miles per hour, the engine sounding labored but steady, as if it wanted to go faster, but was held back by inexperience and accidental restraint. We passed between 2 trees when a rubber balloon exploded against the windshield and spread what looked like used motor oil across the glass. I fumbled for the wipers and noticed Malik buckling up. The wipers smeared the oil, but I still couldn't see and slammed on the brakes. We shuddered to a stop in a hiss of air and smoking tires. No sooner had we stopped than my door was ripped open, and a kid with a bandana pulled up over his face pointed a gun through the door. Get out, he squeaked. He's got a gun, Malik called over me, and slid out of the passenger side. Gun, the bandito screamed and shoved his rifle in even further. I held up both hands. I'm getting out, I told him. He backed away, and I could see his hands twitching like Malik's. Behind him 4 more boys were masked and armed. They stared at the tractor trailer and me, as I slid out onto the ground and moved away from the driver's side. Malik jogged around the front of the truck and met a couple with high fives. "We got it," he told them. "We did it." The boys cheered, and I could see they were all teens, like him, maybe just on the south side of 20. All emaciated and twitchy. Malik stared at me and shrugged. "Sorry, man." "Don't tell him anything," the guy who pulled me out the truck said in a high-pitched voice. "No, man, he's cool," said Malik. "He ain't gonna do nothing." He was right. There were 5 guns against the 6-inch buck knife I had in the pouch. It may be the only thing I brought to a gunfight, but I wasn't about to use it. I took 2 steps back from the group, further away from the trailer. "What did you get?" "Beans," said Malik. "Gross," the one next to him offered. "Better than nothing," said the leader. I pegged him as such because he was the one who forced me out of the truck, and the others seemed to defer to him. "There's way more back there," Malik told him. "We can go back and get it, 'cause he done cleared out all the zombies." He was right again. Except they were still going to be shy 1 truck. I took another couple steps back and away, closer now to the edge of the road and woods. It would take me a couple of hours to make the trip back to grab the next truck in line. "What do we do with him?" one of the boys asked. "Kill him." A couple of guns swiveled my way. "No, man, he been good to me. Fed me and everything." "You ate?" It sounded like Ed. A twitchy redneck accent, full of backwoods and meth. "Soup," Malik swirled his tongue around his lips. "It was good too." "Man, I sure am hungry," a boy whined. "Let's get this back home then," said the leader, and he swung up in the truck. The boy next to Malik hopped onto the hood and began wiping down the windshield with a dirty rag, clearing out a view hole in the muck. "Just leave him out here like that?" Malik asked. "Talking about me. He ain't coming with us." Malik gave me a look then and shrugged his bony shoulders as the rest of the boys ran for the passenger door. "Sorry, man," he said again and jogged around to join them. I didn't have to make a break for the woods. I didn't have to dodge bullets, just exhaust as the truck rumbled to a start, and I watched it drive away. Chapter 15. That was the second time in one day that someone took my gun away from me, and I was getting pretty tired of it. All I had to defend myself for the trip back to the food depot was a 6-inch folding buck knife, and I hadn't seen any cars stranded on the side of the road in the drive out here. I could almost hear the clock ticking as I took off down the road, halfway between a fast walk and a jog. The soup had given me a little energy earlier, but I started to feel the effects of not eating after about a mile. My stomach started gurgling, then knotted up, and that just made me even angrier. I passed a gravel road after the 3rd mile and stopped. There were really only 2 reasons to build another road off a county road like this one. Either it led to a house or it led to a deer camp. I decided to investigate. The gravel crunched underfoot as I made my way about 3/4 of a mile to a sprawling house next to a pond in the woods. It reminded me of Tyler's cabin we had left earlier, though much larger. The front door was wide open, the windows busted out. Someone had been here before me. I investigated still, but the cabinets were empty and the house was trashed. I found a gun cabinet overturned and just as bare as the kitchen shelves. I took a trip through each room, but the results were the same. Someone had been through here and cleaned it out. I stepped out onto the back patio. There was a fence that separated the house from the woods, green 6-foot metal stakes that held barbed wire. I worked off the 3 strands of wire from 2 of the stakes and hefted them in my hands. The only thing they had going for them were sharp ends and length. They were weighted wrong and awkward, but would work in a pinch. I jogged back up the road, ignored it when I stumbled a little, and kept going back toward the depot with newfound weapons in hand. It was the rule of order in the Z world. Weapons. Food. Shelter. I guess I'd throw water in there before food, and silently cursed that I didn't check for water in the house. The run was making me a little parched. The only thing I had going for me was that Malik and his band of merry boys took off in the other direction. If they were going back to the depot to claim a couple of more trucks, I still might beat them. I kept quiet as I ran, but my footsteps attracted some of the workers I had let loose from the fence, and they wandered down the road in my direction. I skipped around them to save my strength, and frankly, I didn't want to get zombie juice on me. I'd hit them with the truck on my way back. I wasn't tired of killing, just tired. The stiffness in my back and shoulders was coming back, and I could feel the aches starting up again in all the places I had been wounded. Headache. Backache. That reminded me of a comedy routine my dad played on an album a lot, Cheech and Chong, I think. Kid says he has a headache and doesn't want to go to school. Dad screams out, "Headache my eye, how would you like a butt ache?" I sent up a silent prayer of thanks and gratitude. At least my butt didn't hurt. I hadn't plopped back on it in a week or more. Chapter 16. The depot was exactly as we left it, trucks still in a line, random zombies wandering in the yard. They seemed to ignore the gate now that it was open, falling back into familiar patterns worn in the gravel by 1,000 steps before them. I jogged up the driveway to the line of trucks, used the metal stakes to stop two Z who were a little too interested in what I was doing, and checked the cab of the truck. Unlocked, keys in the ignition. I wondered again how this all went down that last day when the workers turned. Did they come in, fill up the trucks and get ready for the route, then someone started biting and they locked down the gates? But even the old security guard had gone Z and locked himself inside the guard shack. I pushed the pedals, cranked the engine, and squashed down a few more Z as I rumbled through the gate and stood on the air brakes once the truck was past the fence. I hopped out of the cab with stake in hand and closed the gate. There were still more trucks inside, and I had the beginning of a plan in my head. I just had to let it marinate to figure out how to make it happen. I kept my eyes open on the way back, watching the side of the road for shadows that might indicate an ambush. I was thinking about Malik, how he led me along. I went over each interaction in my head and thought it was a pretty good plan. They must have been watching me for some time and figured I could get them into the depot and get them fed. I slowed down to make a turn on the road that would take me to the hillbilly camp. It was a straight shot into the little burg that straddled the road, and I slowed down as I approached. The school bus was still parked on one side, the kids sitting quietly in the shadow it cast on the ground. The rest stood around them, a human shield blocking the hillbillies. Even through the glare across the windshield, I could see the looks of relief on their faces, and the victory smiles on the men guarding them. I crunched to a stop and opened the door. 3 of the men trained their rifles on me. "Toss down your gun," Overall said. "No weapons," I said. "I'm clean." He didn't believe me. Nobody goes out against a herd of Z unarmed and comes back alive. I didn't have to tell him I was only recently relieved of my rifle. "Get out down here." I moved deliberately out of the cab of the diesel and dropped onto the ground, both hands up in the air so they could see I was unarmed. "What you got back here?" Overall led a couple of the men to the back of the trailer and watched me open it. He gawked at the floor-to-ceiling boxes. "That is going to hit the spot, I tell you what." He turned to me with a gap-toothed grin. "You done good, boy. We might have even thought about letting you go now that you done fed us twice." He glanced back into the trailer. "Heck, even more than twice now." "Thought about it. See here, we had us a meeting while you were gone. Me and Bubba and the rest done put our heads together, and we figured something out. We says to ourselves, if this fella makes it back with a truckload of food for us, that's going to buy him a mighty big heap of goodwill." The men around him nodded their agreement. "Goodwill going to get you all the way in our good graces." "Good enough to let us go," I said. "You have our food, our weapons. We'll just get out of your way." "Don't you know interrupting is rude?" he glared. Bubba jammed the butt of his rifle into my stomach, and I folded over to my knees, gasping for air. "Don't be rude," Overalls continued. "Now that you're in our good graces, we was just talking about letting you go. But Talladega wants a ransom, you see. That's our job. That's why we're out here. Only we was thinking, you don't got to pay your ransom to Talladega if you pay it to us. Right, men?" His men muttered agreement. I struggled to breath because the dumb redneck plowed his gun into the bruise I got from falling out of a tree onto my pistol, and it hurt. It didn't hurt enough for me to wonder why I kept running into power-hungry madmen. Was that all that was left in the world? Did the zombie Armageddon create a power vacuum where petty small-minded men saw an opportunity to carve out little potentates? Where were all the guys like me who just wanted to find their kids or save their families and live quiet lives growing food, catching fish, and rebuilding the world in a better image? I tried to dip into the red, touch the rage, and pull it up. Maybe I could do some damage with my bare hands, get them on a weapon, and make them pay. But I was tired. My stomach hurt. I was finally catching my breath, and Overalls was still talking. "Some men is born to lead, you see. I'm one of those men. I'm the George Washington of the zombie revolution." Was I talking out loud just a minute ago? Washington didn't want to lead, I told him. He socked me across the jaw. I saw it coming, tried to pull my head back, and fell with it, so the only thing it hurt was my pride. The two men that were supposed to be holding me jerked me up off the ground. "Want us to hold him still?" one slurred. "No, he's all right. A man is allowed to hold his own opinion." He turned a bleary eye toward me. "Look here, Professor. I done studied a lot of history myself. The real history of the United States, and not that malarkey you was teaching in your classes. Washington was a Southern gentleman, a real one, and he did want to lead. He took the bull by the horns and lifted the reins of this nation, so it started on the path to greatness. And here we are. I couldn't help myself." "That's right," he agreed. "Here we are. We are at another revolution, only this time, instead of redcoats, we got zombies. From the ashes of this apocalypse, we're gonna rise up like a phoenix. The South will rise again." "Exactly." The men beside me giggled their agreement, alcohol-tainted breath washing over me. I wanted to take a shower. I grew up surrounded by that mindset, the Confederacy will never die crap. Didn't much care for it then, and certainly didn't think it had much place in just trying to survive now. But I was going to keep that opinion to myself. You know what a revolution really needs. Overalls leaned in and whispered like we were co-conspirators. "Moonshine," I guessed. He tossed out half a grin and slugged me in the stomach to remind me of my place. "Guns." I took a breath and tried to stand up straight. "You've got guns." They did. Each of the hillbilly platoon had a rifle or shotgun. Some were in worn and battered shape, but a weapon was a weapon. Z died either way, and the guns they had did a good job in ambushing us. "Army guns," Bubba said from behind me. I got a sinking feeling in the pit of my stomach, and it wasn't where he hit me. We'd had a few encounters with a militia group, what was left from an Army Reserve unit in Florida that had gone rogue and turned into bandits. They shot some of my people, we blew up some of theirs, killed some more. I think I killed their general, but I never saw a body. I was too busy running away. But I bit. "What Army guns?" "Man, am I glad you asked. You did a mighty fine job getting food for us out of that depot. The armory in Anniston is pretty much in the same shape. I figured, since you had all this experience in getting us what we want, you wouldn't mind doing it again. Only this time with guns." I grunted. "I want you to bring me back machine guns and bullets," Bubba glared with red-rimmed eyes. "I'm going to take over that camp at Talladega. It's time they had a proper leader." Chapter 17. "I think that's a good idea," I told him. "It is a good idea. But I think there's something you need to do first. You trying to give me orders? I shook my head and glanced at the men on either side of me. How fast did you go through our food? I knew we didn't start out with too much. 30 people go through a lot of food. He had 16 men with him, and if they were as hungry as they looked, they tore through 2 or 3 cans each, which was pretty much all we had. That's why you're going to get me those guns, said Overalls. We ain't gonna be the ones banished out here to be hungry all the time. Damn Dixie Mafia come down here and think they can run the place even after all the dead start rising. The others agreed with him. We ain't gonna be zombie bait no more neither, said Bubba. I could almost count the teeth in his jaw through the paper-thin skin on his cheeks. These men were starving, either too reliant on their hunting skills or too lazy to scavenge. But I had a solution. I brought you back a trailer of food. And we thank you, Overall said. We're gonna get tearing into that just as soon as you leave to go get me my guns. It's just fruit, I told him. Fruit? Fruit cups. Peaches too, I think. Now why did you only bring us fruit? That was what was in the trailer. You didn't load it up with a bunch of different stuff. They had the rigs sitting in a line, already loaded. I watched his eyes light up with greed. How many rigs? There were 6, I lied. So 5 more. He could count at least that high with his shoes on. I almost told him so. I checked. Beans in one, tuna in the next. What else? He rubbed his stomach in an unconscious gesture. I didn't check the others. I looked around at his men. But we could go back there with your guys and drive them all back here. You could have them all. Again the men rumbled their agreement. I could feel them fidgeting, shifts in their posture. I could just send them to bring it back and you to get my guns. I hadn't thought of that. Dang. I wanted him to take a group back to the depot. That's another good idea, I told him. That's why you're the leader. Then it's settled, he dusted off his hands. There are still Z in the depot yard, I told him. And the woods are full of the ones that walked out when I opened up the gate. You didn't kill them. Dummy. Then we will. Bullets will draw more in. Do you have enough for all of them? We got more than enough. But I saw his eyes flick to the men beside me. He was lying, and I wondered for a moment if they had any bullets at all. If the one shot they sent into the bus was their last piece of ammunition. Was that the reason he wanted me to hit the depot and armory by myself? How did you get past them? Steak, I lied. That too. What did you do? Just take a swing at them? Like Babe Ruth? I was always partial to Mark McGuire myself. I watched him think about it, watched him mull over his options. I could almost hear the hamster wheel creaking inside his moonshine-soaked brain. Can you get us in quiet again? I nodded. He turned to the man on my right. Bubba, load up half the boys and let's go get some more food. We're gonna eat like kings tonight. Leave the other half here to guard them that's left. He turned to me while Bubba divvied up the men, pulling 8 into a crew cab pickup truck, 4 in the front, 4 in the bed. You coming with us, said Overalls. Get in back. I climbed into the back of the truck. The man who had been holding my arm on the left climbed in beside me, still playing guard. He rested his rifle between his legs. I didn't like the barrel pointed in the direction of my head, but it looked like the safety was on. Overalls jumped behind the wheel and fired up the truck. The 2-hour walk would be a 20-minute drive back. I held on tight as half of the hillbilly platoon roared up the road toward the depot. Chapter 18. I had been thinking about this on my drive in the diesel back to their camp. I remembered what Malik's face looked like when we opened the trailer and found nothing but beans. He would remember the second trailer was full of fruit if he wasn't tweaked out of his gourd. I had hoped he would convince his little group of thieves to go back to the depot and take another truck. He did. The gate was open as we drove up. "I thought you said they was 6, Bubba shouted. I could see them milling about the 2 trucks remaining, trying to decide who was going to drive which one. I couldn't have asked for a better scenario if I planned it. "They're trying to steal your food," I told Overalls through the open back window. He took a swig of moonshine from his flask and growled, "Come on, boys." He jammed his foot on the accelerator of the truck and spun out in the gravel. I slammed an elbow into the hillbilly next to me, grabbed his rifle, and rolled out of the truck as they took off inside the depot. I landed hard, rolled over fighting for breath, and made my knees. I took aim past the red crew cab and sent a shot toward Malik's group. I missed, but that didn't matter. They thought the shooting was coming from the hillbillies' truck and began firing back. That caused the hillbillies to shoot. I listened to the popping of rounds toward each other as I ran up the road toward the little town and left the 2 groups to fight it out. I ran until I was out of breath, then kept going. Any second, I expected to hear a truck roaring up behind me. They might try to run me down like I had the zombies, turn me into roadkill. They might pass me up and take potshots as they did. They could brag about taking down a moving target. Or worse, they might catch me and take me back to the group, make me watch while they did horrible things to the kids, the women, and the men. It all played in my head as I ran. I took each image and shoveled it like coal onto a raging fire to fuel me faster. Maybe not faster, but at least steady. The gray sedan was still in the grass on the side of the road. I jumped in and twisted the ignition. It whirred but didn't catch. "Damn it," I muttered. I hadn't checked the engine to see if it would start when I first found the car. I twisted the ignition again, but it just kept grinding and wouldn't catch. I jumped out of the sedan and ran back up the road a half a mile to the next car. It was out of gas, but the battery might work. I popped the engine and worked on the connecting wires with my fingertips, but they were stuck fast. I grunted. My plan was falling apart. I didn't know how long the shootout at the depot would last, or what would happen. If Overalls and his squad decided to hightail it back to their camp, they could do a lot of damage before I got there. I left the hood up on the car and ran for town. A zombie shambled out of a side street as I approached the mart, and I had to dance around her. She was a middle-aged woman in work coveralls that were ripped and shredded. One mottled breast hung out of a tear. It made me laugh. Z don't have much modesty. I ran into the mart and to the hardware section to grab a crescent wrench. I picked up a hammer, stuck a screwdriver in my pocket, and wondered if I would need anything else. The Z moaned in the open door as I approached, but a hammer blow to the forehead sent her to another place. Maybe. The street was clear, and I took a moment to pull the door to the mart closed. I played a bunch of just-in-case scenarios in my head, and chances were I'd never make it through this town again, especially once I found my kids. But if we needed to, there wouldn't be zombies or other critters in the store when we came back. I sprinted back to the second car, unhooked the battery, and lugged it back to the sedan. It took a few minutes to hook it up and drop the used one on the side of the road, and the engine chugged to life on the first turn of the key. I dropped it in gear, jerked a turn across the road, and even though my rule was to stick at a steady 25, I redlined it back to the hillbilly camp. It's how Overalls would have driven if he was racing there to beat me. Chapter 19. I stopped the sedan short of the road into the camp and pulled off into the grass. The rifle had 8 rounds of ammunition. 1 for each man Overalls had left to guard the group. I marched next to the road until I was close, then angled through the woods and climbed up a tree on the edge of the clearing. It was the first one with branches low enough for me to reach. I stopped, 20 feet off the ground, and looked out over the clearing. The group was where I left them, the hillbillies scattered around and looking bored while they waited for the others to return. I didn't know how much time I had as I studied each of them through the sights. This rifle didn't have a scope, and I wasn't sure how accurate it would be. I grew up being taught how to hunt, how to shoot, and my grandfather dragged me into a dozen deer stands each year until I was old enough to protest. I didn't like hunting. I didn't like waiting for hours for the chance at a shot, and I remember one particularly brutal winter morning that he shot a deer, and we chased a blood trail for miles as it struggled and suffered through the woods. I was over it by then, but the skill stayed with me. I didn't care for hunting, but shooting was second nature. I lined up the sight center mass on the first man and practiced my swing to 3 others. I figured by the time I pulled the shot on that one, the rest would be moving. I practiced the move again, took a deep breath, and pulled the trigger on the release. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then the rest moved and tried to hide. I winged one in the shoulder and sent him spinning down as he ran. The last 2 ducked behind the bus, and I lost sight of them. I slid down the tree as my group jumped up and ran for cover behind the hillbilly's other truck. So far, none of the men had started shooting back or thought to shoot into them, but the kids were screaming and Byron was shouting. The wounded hillbilly was squealing in the dirt in front of the bus, rolling around in a widening pool of blood. I moved into the camp, dropped to my stomach, and aimed under the bus. One of the men moved, and I took out his leg. He fell with a yell, then saw me and brought his rifle to bear. We locked eyes, and I sent my last bullet between his. I was out of ammo with 1 guy left. But he didn't know that. Byron shouted for the kids to be quiet, and kept everyone behind the other truck. They were still exposed because hiding 30 people behind a long bed truck left a lot of room. And I was very aware of the time. I didn't know how much we had before more armed men came back. I shoved up out of the dirt, flipped the rifle so I had it by the barrel, and swung it like a driver into the head of the wounded man in front of the bus. He shut up with a loud crack. The last one jumped around the front of the bus and screamed as he aimed at me. I winged the rifle at him and knocked his shot wide as he flinched. That gave me time to drop, lift the dead man's gun, and shoot his buddy with it. I heard a small cheer go up from Byron's boys. Brian ran up to me. "How many times do you think you can do that?" "No more today," I told him. "Get them loaded." Byron ran up with Hannah, and they both hugged me. "You did it," he said, a grin threatening to split his face. Hannah kissed my cheek and started loading kids onto the bus. "Get their guns." Byron directed Tyler and a few others to gather what they could, including our food stores, into the bus. We were loaded up and out of the camp in less than 5 minutes from the last hillbilly falling. Chapter 20. You didn't hear what they said about them. Harriet glared at me. We hadn't talked much since she almost broke my eye socket with a punch worthy of the champ. I couldn't blame her. She was mad that I didn't rescue her daughter Hannah from Byron, and didn't know her little girl had a plan. Since then, she'd kept her distance. The truth was, she was scared of me. They all were. I was okay with that because I still planned to leave the group. I just had to stop talking about it and do it. Once they were settled and safe, so I could come back and find them after I found my kids. Or at least what happened to them. The guards were talking about the kids, how they're treated, Harriet continued. We have to help them. She and Peg were in front of me in the back of the bus. I was on the last seat, rifle across my knee and watching the road behind us. If a red crew cab truck started chasing us, I was going to play turkey shoot with the driver. There are more of them there, I answered without looking. Yes, said Peg. More children. They need our help. I didn't answer that one. They probably did need our help, but I could think of 3 kids in particular who needed me. And I wasn't there for them. The nightmares playing in my head couldn't be worse than what they were going through. I had done some really horrible things, actions that a more civilized me would have never considered before the Armageddon Z happened. I wanted them to be safe, I wanted them to be with me, and if they were in trouble, they needed me. We're going to find a safe place for us first. First, Peg crowed like it was a victory. Then, I'm going to Arkansas. You're still on that? Harriet snapped. There are real kids here you can help. Not imaginary ones who are probably ghosts by now. I shoved the stock of the rifle into Harriet's gut and folded her over. She retched on the floor as she fought for breath. Peg reached for her, then took a look at me and backed up to the front of the bus. That was the third time Harriet had said something about my kids. Words hurt. A punch to the gut hurts too. I reached down and lifted her face up so she could see me while she tried to breathe and brought my nose to a couple of inches of hers. I'm not going to talk about this with you again. She nodded. I let her go and turned back to the road. I caught Byron smiling and nodding. The rest of the bus stared, the newbies hunched in their seats. Hannah helped her mother up to limp back to the front of the bus. That isn't how you handle it, she chided. So I was someone to be handled. Anna put her hand on my shoulder and I twitched. She kept it there, rubbing just above the burns and around the wounds, trying to calm me down. It worked. They thought I was just a guard dog, some golem or something to be turned loose for protection or to save those who couldn't protect themselves, and then acted surprised when I snapped. My brain was jumbling through images of my kids, the failures of years stacking up, the sacrificed Christmas and missed birthdays they spent with their family, and I was just Dad. Just someone who visited once a month or every other weekend. I could feel the pounding of blood in my ears and tried to breathe. I concentrated on the feeling of Anna's hand on my neck, on my shoulder, the cool tips of her fingers. I let the tension go out with a few long deep breaths. I might have to apologize to Harriet. I shouldn't have reacted like that. Even though we were still in battle mode, I had just killed 8 men, more if you counted the Z, and we were on the run hunting for safety. I shouldn't have hit her. A tsunami of guilt roiled in my gut and I clamped it down, balled it up. My job was to protect this group, keep them safe, not hurt them. They could say and feel how they wanted. I was going to get them into a fortress, shore them up safely, and then leave. Brian slid into the seat across from me. Peg must have relieved him at the wheel. How you feeling, pal? Pretty freaking unappreciated. I finished the line from the best Christmas movie ever made. You want a Twinkie? I grimaced a smile. Anna kept her hands working, like they both had a job to do. Reel me in. You know why they want to go to Talladega? We're not, I told him. I know that. You know that. But they were saying some really bad things about it. Bad stuff going down. And they thought you might help. I looked at the people in the bus again. Hannah was soothing her mother, who was crying quietly. The kids were quiet, Byron's boys were quiet. I could feel him and Tyler watching me, gauging my reaction to Brian. We can't play rescue with every group we come across. Agreed. We don't know what we would be up against, and I'm not risking any of our people to save strangers. Agreed. Then why are we talking, Brian? Because I told her I would, he smiled at Peg. She nodded in the mirror. We're going to put miles between us and the hillbillies, I told him. We're going to find a safe place to hole up, and then we're going to make a plan to move on. We're not going to drive a school bus full of kids to a gunfight with an enemy we don't know. He held up both hands. I'm not disagreeing with you. I like that plan. I just wanted you to know that we appreciate you. Thank you for coming back for us. Again. He held out his hand and we shook. Byron watched him go back to the front of the bus and then stared at me, but he didn't come over to talk. I was glad for it and stared back with my best poker face. He grinned like a maniac. I was never very good at poker. Anna kept petting me. I reached up and put my hand on top of hers. Do you want me to stop? She whispered. Never, I whispered back. So she kept doing it, and I cursed myself in silence. That was the same voice I used that got me 2 ex-wives. Chapter 21. Why don't you ever drive? Brian stood next to me at the bottom of a gravel road that led up a rise several hundred feet to stop at a huge open space on a ridge. Traffic gives me road rage. He twisted his head and checked to see if I was joking. Not much traffic now, he offered. That's what helps. Keeps me from losing it. He snickered and clapped me on the back, then apologized as I winced. Still hurt. Pills are wearing off. We'll go hunt for more Byron said as he marched up from the yellow school bus with Tyler in tow. Not yet, I said. Tell us about this. Tyler dug his toes in the rocks as color flushed up his cheeks. Limited access, he stuttered. That's the only road. Clear cut at the top so you can see for miles. Looks like a well for water. We'll need to get a generator up there to make that work. Byron took over. Tyler says there's one building now. You can see the roof from here. That was the white glinting between the trees. White roof. Gray walls. It looked like a barn, long low-slung structure or a garage. No house though. Brian studied the barn through the trees. Foundation, said Tyler. No fence. We passed a trucking company about 3 miles ago. I saw something that gave me an idea. He told us, but he looked at me while he said it. Brian noticed. We haul trailers up there, push them over on their sides and butt them up end to end. Gives us an instant fence that's 53 feet long, 10 feet deep and strong enough that we can man the walls. Plus, we can use those 10 feet as extra room or storage. He grinned at me, ready to be heaped with praise. I glanced at Brian. I could see the wheels working in his head as he thought about using trailers as fence and defense structures. He must have thought it was a good idea, because he nodded. We need the generator first, he said. And food for a couple of days while we get it all set up. Byron nodded. My boys don't know how to drive the big rigs, Byron pouted. I'll show you, I told him, and his face lit up again. Tyler and 2 more follow us up the ridge while we check it out. The clearing at the top was just as he described. Clear-cut open space along the ridgeline that offered a commanding view of the hills and valleys around us. We were 40 miles north of Birmingham, on the edge of a small town called Jasper. I had the misfortune to have my car break down at 10 o'clock one night at the Jasper exit off the brand new highway that ran from Birmingham to Memphis. 3 good old boys stopped to help, fix the car and sent me on my way. The little town had friendly people, and I wondered what was left of it. Friendly people didn't survive long now. The barn was a metal building with a pitched roof. It was 50 by 20, all open space over a bare concrete floor, and designed for storing equipment that wasn't there, and a 1-room office in the corner next to a bathroom. It would be a tight night or two until we dragged more shelter to the top of the ridge, but after all day in the bus, it would feel like the Taj Mahal. Nice work, I told Tyler. Thanks. Think you can find us food? He nodded, grabbed one of the other boys, and they left to run down the hill. Should I go get the others? Brian asked. But he didn't need to. Byron stood next to Peg as she drove the bus up the steep grade and parked it next to the barn. The boy hopped out of the door. This will work. I nodded. Byron waved over 4 of his boys and directed them to grab weapons. You sent Tyler for food, he told me. We're going to scavenge the houses around here for supplies. Take the bus, said Brian. Too big. We don't have anything smaller, and you're going to need to bring back mattresses, blankets, chairs. I'm not a moving company, Byron snapped. Hannah looked up from corralling the children into the building and passed the baton to Harriet to keep them moving. She walked over to us and put her hand on Byron's arm. We can't sit on concrete, she explained. Byron turned his glare from Brian to her, and his face softened. I knew that, he told her. Do you want me to come with you? He shook his head. We can handle it. I just don't like being told what to do. The glare was back, aimed at Brian. He made a big gesture of shrugging his shoulders and walking away. Do you want anything in particular? The boy whispered to Hannah. I'd like to sleep on a real mattress, she sighed. A real bed. We've been on the floor forever. He leaned in and kissed her on the lips, tender and sweet. We can make that happen, he turned to me. What about you, my warlord? Can I get you anything? I shook my head too fast. There was something I wanted. Something I was missing. I wasn't sure if there would be time for it, or if there was even a place for it in the new world now. But I told him anyway. If you see books, bring them back. Byron twisted his head to one side and quirked up an eyebrow. Kindling. Reading. You read. Don't sound so surprised. I guess I shouldn't be, he sniffed. It seems so out of place. Don't I look like a reader? Hannah snorted this time. We may not have time to read. I ignored her but shot a smirk in her direction. It would be nice to have just in case. Byron nodded. I'm a reader. Was a reader. 2 or 3 books a week. I didn't have much social life back then. I understand. He kissed Hannah again and rounded up his boys into the bus. They took off down the ridge. Come see this, Brian called. He stood on the edge of the ridge where it began to slope down to the narrow valley below. A stream ran next to train tracks that cut through the valley and stretched off around a blind corner a half a mile further on. Brian pointed. A train was on the tracks, or at least a dozen open cars full of coal. Alabama, Brian strutted. Coal mines and steel mills. We gonna make diamonds? No, sir, he strutted some more. We're gonna build stoves and a steam engine. It's gonna be warm this winter. He turned and began surveying the space, sketching a layout with his hands. Trailers here to form the wall, gardens over there, he described to me. Think the raiders could find a couple of above-ground pools? You planning to do some swimming? Fish farming, he winked. Does he know you call them raiders? Why? Brian shrugged. He a Cowboys fan? I snorted. Football humor. I hadn't thought about the game in months. No playoffs this year. Nothing normal this year, maybe not ever. Our plans involved holing up and riding it out. But until when? And when did I start thinking of them as our plans? I thought about that as I followed Brian around the clearing, listening to his vision for our next fort. Fort Jasper. Chapter 22. Byron's raiders sounded much better than boys, though I still thought of them that way in my head. They scavenged enough food for a few days from surrounding houses, brought in furniture and bedding first. The next day we hauled trailers up and set them in place. Who would have thought getting them up the hill would be the easy part? Once the trailer was detached, we attached a winch across the body and flipped it on its side, then shoved it in place through sheer manpower. It took all of that day to knock them all over and put them in place. Tyler came up with a solution for a gate and went hunting with Brian. They returned with 2 rolling gates that they set up between an opening in the trailers. Byron insisted the entrance be set to the side of the road, which forced anyone who wanted to come in and go to travel the length of 2 trailers to get in or out. This prevented a straight shot up the drive, and tactically was a sound plan. A pain in the ass to bring supplies in and out, but if someone decided to make a run up the hill to take the compound, they would have to run a couple of 100 feet in front of trailers to reach the gate. I'm going to put a turret next to the gate, he told me as we walked toward the road, and place foxholes on either side of the driveway for guards. Deer stands, I suggested. That's better. He had a dozen plans worked up for defending the place. His raiders found Brian 3 swimming pools that he worked on turning into fish ponds. He would still need to stock them, and he was trying to figure out a way to keep the pumps working with a windmill. It didn't feel like home. Not quite. But it became homey after 3 days. The kids settled into a routine under the watchful eyes of Hannah and Harriet, and a few of the newbies. Chapter 23. On the fourth day, Tyler came back riding a motorcycle. He pulled the Honda 220 dirt bike up in front of the barn and smiled when I walked out. "For your trip," he said. It was a good-looking machine. "Found it in a garage," he explained. "I had to tinker with it to get it started, but the tank is full. And I found those." He tilted his head to indicate the 2 aluminum jerry cans tied to the rear fender with rubber cords. I tapped them and listened to the sloshing inside. 3 tanks were enough to get me to Arkansas from here. A dirt bike was perfect for traveling on the side of the highway on the shoulder, even the lanes when they were clear. It was a good choice. "Thanks," I clapped him on the back. "Good work." He beamed and slid off the saddle. "Want to give it a spin?" "I'll save it for the trip," I answered. I had transportation, and we were only 300 miles from Little Rock. I had been planning to go out with the boys and find a truck or car, but the bike was a better choice. I could use it to get there and find a bigger vehicle to come back with the kids. If we came back this way, Arkansas was my first destination, but after that, I was going to start hunting for my youngest. The 3 of us could find her together, and then we would hide in a cabin in the woods for a year. I could keep all 3 safe. The crowd that had gathered around the bike dispersed after the initial energy of something new wore off. Everyone had a job assigned by Brian and overseen by Byron. I'm not sure what created the uneasy peace among them, though I suspected Hannah's hand in it. They were getting along and building up the compound, Byron in charge of defense and Brian in charge of day-to-day operations. It worked. "Where am I supposed to sit?" Anna snuck up behind me and ran her finger along the seat of the bike. They weren't designed for 2 riders, and even though we both could fit, it wouldn't be comfortable for long. "Here," I told her. "I'm going to run over, grab the kids and come back to get you." She had one of the best poker faces I've ever seen. I have heard it called resting bitch face, always on the verge of being angry or like she was mad, and that look was great for hiding feelings. I should know. My kids always asked me why I was angry all the time. I told them it's just my face. Just hers too. Until her lower lip puffed out a fraction of an inch and her eyes got glassy. "I'm not going with you." I held out my hand and she took it so I could pull her into my arms. I wrapped them around her and pressed her head to my chest. A million excuses rolled through my head, trying for logic, trying for emotion, clicking through reasons why she shouldn't go, why she should stay here safe. Then, I settled on the one thing I wasn't sure I could pull off. Honesty. I don't want you there if I can't find them. Or if they've turned. I could feel the heat coming off her face and neck as she nodded. She snaked her arms around my waist and squeezed. "But who is going to take care of you?" she whispered. I kissed the top of her head and squeezed back. She had been my shadow for weeks, tending my wounds, curled up next to me each night, sometimes with a shotgun if she thought I needed protection. Anna had been my guardian angel. "If I took you, I'd have to worry about your safety," I told her. "I just need to get in, find them, and get out." I didn't tell her about the second hunt I had planned. Not yet. Though I would invite her for that one. We would get a Land Cruiser or a van, a larger SUV that could double as a safe sleeping place at night. We would go east and run down the coast searching refugee camps. But I didn't tell her yet. I had to cross the river first, the big muddy my own Rubicon. It might take you more than a day to find them. I stroked her hair. "You'll be safer here." "Who will watch your back?" "I need you here to watch the others." She sniffed in my shirt. "Are you wiping snot on me?" "What are you going to do about it?" I put a finger under her chin and tilted her head up, pressed my lips to hers. "It's 4 hours there," I said after a moment. "And 4 hours back." "How many days between those hours?" I didn't answer. I couldn't. She knew the hunt across the river could take days. Or weeks. I wasn't sure what I'd run across, or what happened if the kids had turned. The thought of it made my vision dim, washed in a red haze, and I dismissed it fast. It was time for action, not introspection. There would be enough time to plan A through Z while on the bike. Chapter 24. Anna helped me pack. It didn't take long. She put a jar of peanut butter and cans of tuna into a small backpack, then 4 boxes of ammunition for the hunting rifle I was taking from our stock. She slid 2 boxes of pistol ammo next to it and cleaned the weapon while I met with Brian and Byron. "It's time," Brian asked. "While you set up here, I'm going to cross over and find them." He nodded. He didn't believe me, but he nodded. "We'll come with you," Brian said. "My squad can help you knock this out quick." There was a certain appeal to it. Even though I called them boys, they were on the verge of being men, most 16 and 17. I wondered once why they followed a 14-year-old psycho, but he saved them, kept them fed and sheltered for weeks. That bought a lot of loyalty. Paishko or no, the boy was a natural leader. All you had to do was ask him, and he would tell you. I don't know if it was true because he said it so much, or just part of his personality makeup. There's 7 guns watching my back. Tyler breaking off to scout could help me find kids or answers faster. Brian needed them here. The kids needed them here. If we got across the river and ran into trouble, that would leave this compound too vulnerable. My second family needed protection too. I told them so, and Byron nodded. Besides, we'd look funny with 8 of us piled on a dirt bike, like clowns at a circus. I never went to a circus, he shrugged. At least Brian laughed. A little. More like a courtesy laugh, but I appreciated the effort. There's a lot of work to do here still, I kept going. I don't plan to be gone long, but just in case it's more than a couple of days, they'll need you here. They nodded. Tomorrow morning. First light. I'll take the bike and go out with the raiders. Is she going? Byron looked at Anna in the office doorway. The small room had been given to us. I told them I didn't need it, that we were off wartime footing, and the warlord could sleep out here with everyone else. No one wants to see your back, Brian had told me. Hamburger meat. Maybe not quite that bad, but I still scared some of the kids. Some of the adults too. No one had said much to me since I hit Harriet on the bus. Just Brian and Byron. Tyler and Anna. The rest avoided me. Stopped talking when I walked past. Like they were afraid of how I would react. Or just afraid. She's going to stay, I said of Anna. Keep her safe. Eyes and ears. Brian asked. I can move faster alone. You've been waiting for this. I shrugged. We were making good time. Steady time until circumstances dictated we slow down. That's what you're calling them. Circumstances. I could call them megalomaniacs and demented militiamen, hillbilly armies and zombies, but you know, circumstances. Watch out for circumstances on the road. Brian held out his hand. I shook it, then Byron's. I'll be back as fast as I can. Don't shoot me coming up the hill. I can't make any promises, Brian smirked. My boys are pretty quick on the draw. I knocked him on the shoulder and went to join Anna. She closed the door and shut out the rest of the room. Chapter 25. This is our last night. She stood in the corner next to a pot-bellied Franklin stove pilfered from a house. A small blaze flickered in the grate, bathing the room in orange and yellow light that danced around the shadows. I'll be back, I told her. I didn't use an Arnold accent, though, because the mood felt too serious for that kind of joke. I'm glad I didn't, because she reached down, unbuttoned her pants and slid out of them. She shed her jacket and shirt, the clothes piled on top of a borrowed rug next to a stolen pillow-top mattress. I tried to pull my racing pulse under control as she took a step toward me, then another, and began to help me undress. She was a vision of smooth, pale skin, lean lines of muscle showing as she flexed, the light playing across her face as she stared up at me and smiled. I wanted to reach out and close her eyes before she saw me, before I could see her turn away in revulsion. But she didn't. My clothes joined hers, and she began to trace the scars and bruises that made a map across my torso. My skin wasn't smooth or alabaster. It was purple and blue, green and yellow in some spots. There were ugly red lines that created little maps of the bad places we had been, the tight jams we had barely escaped. She had nursed me back from each one. I let her lead me to the bed and push me back on it as she straddled my legs. Then our eyes locked again, and she started crying. I'm not going to confess I've been with crying women before, but they usually wait until after we make sweet, sweet love, and the shame of one more one-night stand washes over them. I did have a woman start crying in the middle of dinner once on a blind date, but that totally wasn't my fault. She was a widow. I was the first guy she went out with 6 months after his death, and she thought I was sweet. I consoled her over the tortilla chips. We drank our way through 2 pitchers of margaritas and went out a couple of times after that before it fizzled. I was in my rediscover who I am phase, which did not bode well for women who dated me after my second divorce. I was in no mood to settle down. Funny, because I was thinking about settling down with Anna. Quiet cabin in the woods for her and my kids. Garden out back. Fish pond and deer hunting for meat. Giant double fence to keep the Z out. Except she was crying as we were about to do the deed. Not after. Not during. But before. I knew she was disgusted with me, disgusted with herself for thinking she had to do this with a killer, a monster. She took one look at my body, and instead of throwing up, started throwing out sobs. It's okay, I told her. We don't have to do this. It wasn't the first lie I told her, but it was the one I remembered. She could feel how much I wanted to do this pressing against her leg. She could hear my heart beating in my chest, probably see it thudding against my skin. I want to tell you about before, she sniffed. We didn't talk about before. Not for either of us. I'm broken, her voice hitched as she said it. I ran my hand down her spine searching for a wound. What was broke? She leaned forward and rested her head in my neck. I could feel warm tears drip from her nose onto my chest. When this happened, I was scared. This. With me? It hadn't happened yet, but who could blame her for being scared? I had seen the way everyone looked at me. She thought I was a monster too. The zombies took my friends, my family, she went on. Oh. Zombie this, not in bed this. Okay. I was alone. I didn't have anyone. So I ended up with a group of guys. 3 of them, she stuttered through it. They said if I wanted to stay safe, I had to sleep with them. All of them. She shuddered, her thin shoulders racked with hitching breaths. I stroked her spine, her back, using the tips of my fingers like she did on me. I ran my rough hands across her hair, petting her. They joined up with that cult, she said. Then they all used me. All of them, even the preacher. Every night it was one of them, or 2. I begged them to stop, I pleaded, but they wouldn't. It was the price for me to stay. She couldn't talk then, just cried. Tears ran down her face and soaked me. Snot leaked from her nose and she wiped it with the back of her hand. That's why she was broken. Not me. Not anything I'd done. I let her cry and purge it out. I held her while she did, and let my mind run through a lot of thoughts. I could tell her about my failings as a father. But that wouldn't make us even. When she was done, and the hiccuping tears had dried up, I lifted her face to look into mine. That was before, I told her. Before I killed the preacher, before the church where I killed the rest. You've seen what I've done since then. If you're broken, then what am I? She started to shake her head, and I stopped her. You asked me about before, and I told you I didn't want to talk about it. Before all of this, I was a good man. I followed the 10 Commandments. I was a nice guy. You still are, she began. I put a finger on her lips. No. I'm not. I have moments. But I am not a good man anymore. I am who I need to be now. Before doesn't matter to me. Who I was. What I did. All that matters to me is who I have to be. To survive. I think it was the most I'd ever said to her. She stared at me with big moist eyes. I want to do this, she said, and reached a hand down to remind me of what I'd lost in all the tears. So we did. Chapter 26. The school bus was gone in the morning. So were Hannah, Harriet, and Peg. The kid at the gate went catatonic when I stalked up and started peppering with questions. He thinks you're going to hurt him, Byron explained. Have I ever hurt a kid? I yelled. That wasn't helping. Get some answers, I growled and walked away so the kid would calm down. Byron barked out questions, and we found out the trio had left before sunrise. Any ideas? Brian shrugged but looked like he knew something. Talladega. Are you guessing, or are you telling me? Don't bite my head off, he snapped. The kid at the gate wailed. A few others picked it up and huddled close to the barn. Did they think I was literally going to chew on his head? I was leaving this morning, I grunted. They did this so I would have to go after them. They were talking about it last night, Byron said. Said we should do something. And you didn't think to tell me. I didn't think they would go off on their own. I stewed. I stalked. Anna kept her distance, but I saw her start toward me a couple of times, only to catch herself and stop. Whatever happened to them, it served them right. If they left tomorrow, I'd be in Arkansas, probably reunited with my children. Instead, it was another delay, another obstacle out of my control. Except I could control how I reacted to it. I could just get on the bike and get going. I kept putting off my responsibility, my duty to my children, so I could help others. But that's not who I was. Just look at the way the newbies and the kids reacted around me. I wasn't a Robin Hood running off to rescue every damsel and child in distress. I was a monster, a hellhound to be released in the event of war. The only person I should be helping is me. I made up my mind to get on the bike and get gone, turned to the barn to get my gear. Anna met me by the door. Brian's going after them. Good. And Byron? Better. Are you going to let them go on their own? I didn't ask for this, I snapped. She followed me into our room and shut the door. I glared at her, and jerked my pack off the floor. Move. She put a hand on my chest. I flinched back. She kept at it, both hands this time, and pushed me toward the thin back wall. I let her. She watched me with large eyes, tongue between her teeth like she did when she was concentrating. Her hands were warm and firm, hands that had soothed my aches, tended my wounds, hands that petted me, calmed me. Was I a beast to her as well? She saw something in my eyes and reached up to twine her fingers in my hair, drew me down for a kiss as she pressed me against the wall. Her body melted against mine. I could breathe and couldn't breathe at the same time. Her scent was intoxicating, a soapy clean smell, and just her. I dropped the pack and wrapped her in my arms, lifting her up. She curled her legs around my waist and gripped me tight. We stood there for what felt like hours, kissing, hugging, holding, but a knock on the door interrupted us. Or stopped us. She pulled her head away from mine and smirked. Want me to get that? I set her down, and she wobbled to the door. Brian waited on the other side. He had one of the hunting rifles slung across his back, and a pike in each hand. One for me. Just in case. I'm not asking you to go after Peg. He darted his eyes from me to Anna and back again. But I'm going, I sighed. Thank you. Byron popped up next to him. I knew you wouldn't leave Hannah in a pickle. I wouldn't, I said. But you need to talk to her. How many damn times do I have to rescue that kid? He giggled. Brian giggled. Anna snickered. But I was serious. She couldn't run off on some harebrained idea and expect me to come in and save the day every time. It wouldn't work. The odds were she was going to get hurt. Stupid kid. I kissed Anna again, and they were nice enough to turn away. I want to finish this talk when we get back. She nodded, a smirk full of promise and potential. I took one of the pikes from Brian, saw Byron's boys lined up and loaded for bear. Tyler, I pointed him out. Take 3 men and stay here to guard the others. He nodded. One of the newbie men took his place. I can help, he gulped. He was average height, bearded face, thin like the rest of us. He might have been a school teacher before, or an accountant. I looked at Byron and nodded. Give him a gun, the boy said, and one of his squad went to get a weapon. We need transport. There's a house 3 miles from here, said Byron. We were going to bring the Suburban back here, but just hadn't yet. Good enough. I checked the ammo in my rifle, hefted the pike, and gave Anna one more look before I led the 7 of us through the gate, in front of the trailers and down the drive. They had a 2-hour head start. I don't know what we were up against, or what their plan was when they got there. There were too many variables. I did know I was pissed. One more obstacle. One more delay. There was going to be hell to pay. Chapter 27. This is a bunch of bullcrap, Byron muttered. People, said Brian. Bulls don't poop in portable toilets. It stinks. Bulls or people? I smirked. Both. Why don't we just go in there? We hid behind a row of portable toilets on the edge of a grass parking lot near the trees. I could see specks of people moving around on the 4 corners of the grandstands that looked like guards. Byron passed me a set of procured binoculars, and I studied the grounds. Do you see the bus? Brian asked. It was a chance we took. The bus might not have made it. They might have gone a different direction, gotten waylaid again, or encountered zombies. But they were probably inside. I trained the view toward one of the long tunnels and saw a tractor-trailer rig in it. There was a familiar Food Depot logo on the back of the trailer. Overalls made it there, I said. Hillbillies, Brian spit. Probably a lot more than just him inside. We need more guns, Brian said. How many can you shoot from here? Give me enough time I could shoot them all. But they would start shooting back. Yeah, pretty quick too. I could get a dozen, maybe a couple more before they got me. What if we set up crossfire? Byron snorted. Leave the planning to the tacticians, he scoffed. We're too far out for crossfire to work. Another distraction. Brian ignored him. A distraction was always a good idea, but Talladega was surrounded by acres of open grass fields they used as a parking lot and for pre-race parties. Any action we took on one end wouldn't buy enough time for someone else to cross the expanse before being noticed. And there were only 7 of us. Not this time. What then? The speedway was a great place for a setup. The track curved up like high walls. Access was controlled through tunnels that were blocked off by wire fences that stretched across the openings. The corners of the grandstands were manned with armed guards, small blinds built in the high access points that gave a commanding view of the grass fields outside and the infield. We weren't getting in without being invited. I wasn't sure if Bubba was ready to extend an invitation. We need a trade. What do we have that they want? Brian asked. Me. You're not going to trade yourself, he said. Not even for Peg. For Hannah. Byron looked like he was seriously considering it, but then shook his head. These rednecks double-crossed you before, right? They would do it again. If you give yourself up, they would just keep Hannah and you. Probably kill you, though. Probably. What then? Brian grimaced. I thought about Bubba and what he was after. He wanted food, because that's what his advance guard had been sent out to find, like we sent out Byron and his squad. Bubba's squad didn't want to do the work, though. They wanted to drink and steal from others. He wanted to take what people had. He wanted to rule like George Washington. Bubba wanted Talladega. He needed guns to get it. But not just any guns, not our hunting rifles. "I got it," I said, and began crawling back into the woods. "What is it?" The others melted back into the shadows and followed me. I didn't say anything until we got to the long SUV. "We're going to break into an armory." Brian looked dubious, but Byron was practically vibrating at the thought as we climbed into the truck and began our quest for Aniston. Chapter 28. The armory was 6 miles north of the interstate. We knew we were there by the 3 Quonset huts painted the color of sand, the parking lot full of deuce-and-a-halfs, and a 1-story brick building with no windows. There was also a razor wire-topped fence and BDU-clad zombies roaming around the buildings. "Looks like the food depot," I told them. We were hiding on the side of the road, peeking around an overturned troop transport. "How did you get in there?" Brian asked. "Lawnmower." "You fought the Z with a lawnmower?" Byron whistled through his teeth. "That is so badass." I didn't have the heart to tell him it was my tried-and-true distraction technique. Let the kid have his dreams. Probably thought I started it up and swung it around like a blade of whirling death. Which gave me an idea. I had to have a tree cut down from my backyard once, after the neighbor complained. I complained back about his rotting fence, but he didn't do anything about it, and city code enforcement said I would have to with the tree or pay a fine. That neighbor was a dead Z now, so I got the last laugh. The guys who came to cut the tree had 16-inch chainsaws on the end of poles, the blade on one end balanced by the motor on the other. The poles could telescope out. The next town we drove through, I was going to find a way to hit a big box home store and find a couple of dozen of those. It checked all the boxes on my killing Z list. Stay away from them as far as possible and hit the brain. It didn't check the noise box, but I would have to find a way around it. Maybe they made electric versions, or we could cobble together a battery-operated engine. I know they made those for mowers and weeders. Would a weed whacker mower power a chainsaw blade fast enough to chew through Z? I put it on the back burner and stared at the guard shack at the gate. A couple of the bodies lying on the ground were half-eaten and still had M16 strapped to their backs. What was left of their backs? I knew the army was looking at a newer, more advanced rifle before the zombies hit, but that hadn't trickled down to the rank and file yet. The M16 was ubiquitous, not quite as reliable as an Alaska 47, which could be soaked in mud or water or dirt for years, wash right out, and almost any idiot could use. But there was a reason the army stuck with the tried-and-true rifle. It worked. And I thought it could work for us to get into the armory. "See those 3?" I pointed. Byron nodded. "We're going to run for it, grab those guns and play target practice with what we see, got it?" "We should break into zones," Byron said. "You right, me center, Bach left." He pointed to a boy in his squad. Thick shoulders, thick neck, he looked like a high school football player ready to turn pro. I had seen him in action before. One of Byron's loyalists. Good shot. That way we don't waste ammo on the same target. Good plan. "What about me?" Brian asked. I turned and squatted in the dirt next to the truck. I used a weed to sketch out a rough plan. We moved next to the guard shack and grabbed those rifles. Flip the selectors to single shot and start popping heads. You move in behind us, clear the holsters for pistols and ammunition, and follow us. I checked to make sure they were paying attention. We walk in fast. Lock the stock to your shoulder, aim with your chin. Look at where you want the bullet to hit. Move your body with the shot, I twisted to demonstrate. Don't let them bunch up on us. Drop the closet to us, then move in a pattern out. They didn't nod. They didn't have to. Brian, the rest of you get pistols, get weapons from any we drop. Headshots to the ones we don't kill. One shot each. We clear it out. The sound is going to draw more out, so watch our back. Brian shivered and glanced around the fender of the truck. What if there are too many? We could just get enough guns from the ones we kill and get out, but if we're going through ammo to get the guns, we may not have enough for the speedway. The boys' eyes glistened as they planned out heroics in their heads. I didn't want anyone hurt or anyone bit. I want to get into the brick building. That's where the weapons are kept. We're going to back a truck up to the door and fill it up with everything we can carry. I stood up and stretched. We hit hard. We hit fast. Nobody gets bit. Nobody dies. Got it. Byron glanced at his squad and Brian as if making sure we were all in this together, and then his cheeks split in that maniac's grin. When do we start? Now. I turned around and led them at a slow jog to the gate. I didn't even check to see if they followed. Chapter 29. I could hear the shuffle of their feet behind me as they stayed close. When we reached the first half-chewed body, I pawed through the tatters of its uniform and unclipped the strap holding the rifle to its raw back. The smell of rotten meat and decay was overwhelming, and I gagged. Someone behind me didn't make it and vomited in a splashing torrent on the road top. The Z had heard us approach and started shuffling our way. I stood up and didn't wait for the others as I followed the plan. Key the selector to single shot. Check the safety. Aim. Fire. Again. I dropped 3 when Byron joined me to cover his zone, and 1 shot later Bach joined him. We stepped forward in a sloppy formation, and I concentrated on clearing the dozen zombies in front of me. When they were down, I swung the rifle to cover Bach's zone, but he was mopping up the last 3. Byron's rifle clicked dry, with a zombie 2 meters out from him and lurching forward fast. He backed away, trying to keep distance, and glanced around in panic. I twisted and finished off the Z in front of him. Brian and the rest stepped up to join us with 3 pistols. There were still 2 or 3 dozen undead soldiers stumbling toward us, but we had space before they got there. I checked the magazine on my rifle. It was light, 3 shots left. Trade. I passed it back to Brian and took the Colt from his hand. It was a heavy standard issue, 15 in the clip, none in the chamber. I jacked a shell into fire and waded forward. Bach followed, and Byron traded his rifle for another from a fallen Z. We cleared a path to the armory, and my gun was empty at the door. Brian held out a magazine, and I traded it, keeping the empty. We could get more ammo inside and refill the mags. The door was locked. A good sign. I wasted a bullet popping the lock and stood back as I opened the door. We could hear moaning inside, but it was pitch black. I kept the door open and motioned everyone to move out of the way. We waited. Bach and Byron sent pops and zings into the scattered zombies in the yard. I watched the black opening of the doorway. The first Z stepped out, took 2 steps, and I sent a bullet into its brain pan. It dropped. Gross, said one of the boys who was caught in the spatter. He tried to wipe the goo from his face with one hand, pistol in the other. The second zombie stepped out and joined the first, more goo spraying across the men on that side. They backed up. I called it extending the perimeter. A third and fourth dead soldier walked out and fell to bullets. I couldn't hear any more, but we weren't about to go in without a light. I pointed the gore-faced boy out to Byron. Get a truck and back it up. He nodded, leapt over the dead zombies, and ordered the boy to follow him. They ran toward one of the 2-ton trucks, and I could hear the engine rumble to life as Byron hotwired it. I wasn't sure where the kid got all of his skill. It was one thing to be a bookworm, another to turn what you read into a practical skill. This mad genius must have done some real Grand Theft Auto back in the world. I wondered how many cars he sent into the quarry just to learn how to do it. The truck rumbled back, the brake lights casting a reddish glow down the corridor inside the building. Hold up, I screamed. Brian jumped up on the runner and motioned Byron to stop short of the doorway. I took a knee and tried not to block the light as I used it to peer inside. Shadows moved and shuffled toward the opening. I didn't think shooting into an armory was a good idea, so we waited. They got faster when they saw me, and it only took a few seconds to put 2 more bodies on the ground next to the others. That was 6 a squad size. There may have been more, but we could ferret them out if we were careful. We need more light. Byron must have read my mind, or more likely Brian told him to spin the truck around because he took a long loop through the armory yard, squashing 3Z in the process, and aimed the headlights into the building. It worked. The lights showed a long, empty hall. We stepped in carefully, a collection of motley shadows stretching before us. There were doors to either side of the corridor, all shut except for the last one. I tried the light switch just in case, but no generator, no power. No power, no lights. We were going to have to do this the hard way. We need flashlights. Brian nodded and took Bach with him to scavenge for handhelds. I tried the first doorknob. It was cool metal that twisted in my hand. Unlocked. The door swung open on quiet hinges, and I stood back, waiting for anything to step out of the darkness. Nothing did. Fire, Brain shouted. My finger twitched and sent 2 rounds up the corridor. Sorry, he said off my glare. I shook it off and saw what he was holding. A couple of sticks with cloth wrapped around the end, dipped in gasoline. Light 'em up, I told him. The torches, not the guns. He looked at his creation and snarled. I don't have a lighter. None of us did. There were no smokers in the group. I left 2 guards on the door to pick off any stray Z that wandered out, and led the others on a quick scavenger hunt for a lighter. We opened up 6 cars before we found one, killed 8 more zombies there and back, and finally stood in front of the armory with flickering torches. Medieval, said Byron. We stepped into the dark hallway and explored the first room with the open door. It was empty except for a desk. Lots of paperwork. A real fire hazard for the flames and sparks that dripped off the end of our torches. We backed out of the room with great care. The next room was another office. An army may move on its stomach, but it thrives on photostatic copies made in triplicate. This one had a bookshelf with a row of dust-covered books. Field manuals. Grab those, I instructed Bach. He searched for a ruck or something to carry them in, and ended up dumping them all into a trash container and twisting the plastic bag closed. He carried it over one shoulder. We tried 2 more rooms. One was a medical dispensary, and one was a supply closet for cleaning. I left Ryan and one of the boys to clean out the dispensary, and led the rest into the next room. The knob was locked, and the door was bolted shut with a padlock. I thought that was a good sign, since there wasn't a sign on the door or next to it to indicate what it was. I knocked anyway. Anyone home? Byron whispered. No one answered. Another good sign. Stand back. I raised the pistol and shot the padlock and the doorknob. The boom was deafening in the narrow space and echoed out of the door. I hoped there were more guns in the room, because we had just let every Z know exactly where to find us. I towed the door open with my boot and basked in the glory of discovery. Racks of weapons, rifles and pistols, shotguns and ammo cases filled the walls. Back the truck up, I told Byron. He motioned Bach to follow and spun around. Hello, a voice squeaked from the darkness at the end of the hall. Byron screamed. Bach screamed. I'm not saying I screamed, but there were a lot of voices shrieking in the hallway. Byron raised his rifle, and I hit the barrel just in time to deflect it. Z, don't say hi, I told him and advanced with a torch. He kept his gun aimed over my shoulder. I appreciated it. The orange circle of light hit a pair of bare feet first. Tattered fatigues on beanpole legs all the way up to a walking skeleton. Someone squeaked out a chirp. I swear it wasn't me. It was a young kid, private if you believe the insignia on faded camo clothes that draped off his emaciated frame. Foster was on the name tag. He stared at us with wide blue eyes out of hollowed-out cheeks and raised one weak hand in our direction. "Are you real?" he whispered. "Close to it," I said. "Oh, thank God," he sobbed and began weeping. We found another survivor. Chapter 30. I told Byron to move Private Foster out to a truck, but he fought against it. Really, it was like being batted by a butterfly as he pushed us away. After a second, I figured out he was pointing and wanting to say something between the sobs. "Door," he pointed. "Food." I motioned one of the kids to get it, and he twisted the knob, pushed the door in. The Z lurched out and fell on top of him, teeth gnashing at his face. The boy got an arm up, but the zombie caught skin and ripped. He screamed. We screamed. Poor Foster fell to his knees sobbing. I ripped a new hole in the Z's head, and the pop of the gun quieted us all. Brian ran out of the dispensary, and I pointed to the boy crying quietly on the floor. He stared at Foster first, then hit his knees next to the boy and tended his arm. He shoved the zombie to one side and got Bach to help drag the boy to his feet. They led him outside to tend the wound. I didn't know, Foster rocked and mumbled from the floor. "Get him out of here," I instructed Byron, who dispatched 2 boys to lift him up. I stuck a torch in the room we just opened and saw what he was trying to get. Food. Lots of food. Big giant industrial-sized cans of food. "Wait," I showed Byron. He nodded, grabbed a can of soup after searching for a moment, and took past it to the 2 boys who carried Foster out. "Feed him." "Slow," I added. "Too fast and he'll puke. He smells like puke." Foster was rank. But if he'd been locked in the other office long enough to be a scarecrow, then he would be. I'd get details later. "Park him outside, then bring everyone back," I told them. "Truck." Byron nodded and ran after them. It left me alone in the armory. Weapons on one side, food on the other. If we cleaned it up, this might make a good fort for Brian and company. I leaned against the wall for a minute to think it through. There was no need to clear it all out if we were just going to come back. I pushed off the wall and glanced inside the room where Foster had trapped himself. It smelled as bad as he did. Pen scratches on the wall, paper MRE wrappings lined up in neat order. I'm not sure how he divided them up, but he stretched the meals for a couple of weeks at least. It must have driven him crazy to know all the food he could want was across a dark hallway filled with a squad of Z. There was a final door at the end of the hallway. I knocked twice, didn't hear anything, and opened it up. A herd of Z stared back at me. Too many to count, but they moaned and surged forward. I got the door slammed and shut just in time, fumbling with a bolt. They hit against it but didn't push, which was lucky because their sheer numbers could have splintered the frame. I could hear the scratching of their nails, their teeth against the metal door. If we decided to stay, we'd have to do some zombie cleanup. I peeked into the kitchen. No more Z in here, but it smelled too, almost as bad as Foster's room. There was a ladder that led to the roof next to the rear corner. I climbed up and lifted a metal square opening. It spilled out onto the tar and gravel between air conditioner condensers. Quiet now without power. The open roof hatch let a breeze in that carried the smell out through the open front door. I heard a pop, then another as the boys cleaned up more wandering Z. That made me wonder some more about the herd I'd seen through the back door. I crawled over a condenser unit and walked to the edge of the room. Even before I reached the end, I knew this wasn't the place for us. A refugee tent city stretched out behind the armory, thousands of zombies locked behind a fence. What I thought of as a herd was really just a small group of them standing by the back door. They roamed in mindless patterns in and among the tents, following some sort of instinct. All kinds of zombies, men, women, children. I caught a sob in my chest. My youngest was supposed to go to a refugee camp with her mom and stepdad. Had she been caught in something like this? I felt like I was being ripped apart. 3 kids, 2 locations, all lost. How could I ever find her? She was 12, my youngest, so beautiful and smart. Was she one of the Z below me? It was too hard to make out details. They all looked like zombies. The lump in my throat doubled, tripled, and I couldn't breathe. It was going to be impossible to find them. Impossible to save them. There were too many Z, too many places to hide. The world was too big for 3 small kids and their idiot dad just trying to find them. "You up there?" Brian called out from the storage room. I wiped my eyes with the back of my hand and slid down the ladder. "What did you see?" "Refugee City," I told him. He sighed. "All of them?" I nodded. No need for words. "Damn. I thought we might make this your fort. Food, weapons, defense. A little spring cleaning and it would have been nice. But we'd use all of the ammo out back." It was a good thought. But we can still use the rest. I let him and Byron take over the clearing out of food and weapons, after giving them my input to find another truck, and divide it among the two. Then I went to find out what happened with Foster. Chapter 31. It's not good. Brian gave me an understatement of an update. They had Foster leaning against the running board of one of the trucks. I could count the ribs through the thin material. He looked even more skeletal from the side, blue veins snaking under his parchment skin thin. "Foster," I stopped in front of him. "Is that your name?" "It's on his shirt," Brian offered. He could have taken the uniform. "Sir," he tried to stand up. "I'm Foster. Stay seated until we clear this up." Byron passed him a can of soup, let him have 2 sips, then took it away. Good protocol. Too much too fast and he would throw it all up. A waste of our resources. And if his brain was turned to mush from 5 weeks of solitary confinement in the dark, we didn't have resources to waste on him. I listened to the boys behind me load the 2 trucks they had back to the doors. They were dividing the food and weapons as equally as they could manage. "Are there uniforms inside?" Foster raised a weak hand toward one of the Quonset huts. It shook like he had palsy. "Brain not quite mush." "Take Byron and get him some cover," I told Brian. "Get some for all of us." Byron passed me the soup can and racked the slide on his newly acquired weapon. He started for the hut. "Careful," I called after him. "We will," Brian said. "You can bet on it." He jogged after the boy, and I watched them almost the whole way, then turned back to Foster. "How much do you remember?" I asked. "Are you all here?" I tapped the side of my head. His eyes perked up with understanding, and his cheeks were starting to get some color back. The soup was working a little magic in his depleted systems. I let him take 2 more sips, then followed it with a swallow of water. "We were here at the beginning," he rasped. His voice got stronger with each word. He hadn't used it in weeks, except to cry or scream. "They called up our unit to handle crowd control. We were bringing in people from all over. Florida." I pawed his arm and he gasped in pain. I reminded myself to let go and calm down. It almost worked. "Just in state, I'm pretty sure," he said and rubbed his bruised forearm. I gave him another sip of soup and followed it with water. "We built the tent city, but someone must have died or hidden their bite. They were supposed to be screened before we let them in, but there was just too many people. So many people." "When?" "That first week," he stuttered through it. Talking must be taxing his system, and he was starting to look peaked again. "Just a few more questions, then we're going to bundle you up in the truck and take you out of here." He started crying then, silent tears leaking out of the corners of his eyes. I let him. "I want to go home," he huffed. I looked at him closely. He couldn't have been much older than 18, just a kid who signed up in high school to help out his country and community. He looked a decade older, circumstance being the time killer it can be. Where was home? He looked up at the word was. Was. I debated a second to tell him. He had been trapped for just over 5 weeks, no contact with the outside. We haven't been everywhere, I told him. But a lot of the places we've been are just like this. We came up from Orlando, and it's gone. Atlanta is gone. A lot of the major cities have gone Z. We keep finding pockets of survivors, but... I trailed off. I'm from Birmingham, he said. Guess it's gone too. I shrugged. He started crying again, still quiet. I guess being trapped in a room with Z outside the door scratching to get in every time you made a sound taught you to be real quiet real quick. What did you hear about the rest of the country? We lost calm the day before I got trapped. I let him sip some more water and wished we had a calendar. I'm not sure what I'd do with it, or even why the information would help me. Did smaller cities survive better? Based on the little towns we cruised through, size didn't matter. Small, large, medium, they were all affected. People turned Z and the survivors got out. How fast does the virus react? Virus. You said you were checking for bites. Is it transmitted by bites? He shrugged. Our medic didn't have a clue. No one did. We called the CDC, but if my captain knew something, he didn't tell us. He went, what did you call it? Z. He went Z before he briefed us. My sergeant came in the front door and started biting people. He came for me, and I locked myself in the office. Every time I opened the door to try and get out, someone new was in the hall trying to get me. Then the power went out. I tried to keep up with the days, but I don't know. His head nodded. He was exhausted, the food in his stomach pumping nutrients through his starved system. His body wanted to shut down and go to sleep so it could heal and repair. I'd been there during ultramarathons. It was hard to resist. I helped him up and half carried, half supported him around the truck and into the passenger seat. How many refugee cities? I asked as I settled him in. 3 in Alabama, he sighed. His heavy eyes were drooping closed. Any others you know about? He tried to raise a hand and point again. Map in HQ, he breathed out and was gone. He snored lightly as his head lolled back. Brian and Byron showed up with handfuls of uniform jackets, enough for all of us. Byron tossed me one for Foster and took Bach back to supply to get more. I wrapped the coat like a blanket around Foster and hopped down. HQ, I told Brian and grabbed one of the rifles. He followed me toward the other hut. Chapter 32. Did you check on him? You saw him in the truck. Not the soldier, said Brian, as we approached the wooden door set into the side of the wall of the arched hut. A Quonset hut looks like a barrel halfway buried in the ground, and were used in the Second World War and Korea. They fell out of rotation in most places and were replaced by simple modular structure buildings, but you could still find them in use all over the South and on older bases that escaped the budget cuts under each series of presidents. Alabama either had a strong senator on a committee who kept federal money flowing into their ING programs, or it was a strong state-supported unit. The fact that they put a refugee city at this location said something to that effect. They didn't use that money in upgrades to the facilities, though. The metal roof was painted so many times, it looked like that was all that was holding it together. The wooden door had a fresh coat of paint. The rocks lining the walkway were painted white and covered in 5 weeks of dust. It looked dirty and untouched. I wondered what was inside. The kid, Brian said. He was bit. I sighed. A kid had taken a bite to the arm, and I forgot to check on him. Was he one of the ones loading the truck? Where had they stashed him? I asked Brian. He's sitting beside the armory. We would check on him when we got back. Being bit was a problem. It's why we all wore long sleeves and layers. If we ran across body armor in this compound, we would steal it to use too. I'd put everyone in riot gear if I could, and if we ever made it into a city, I'd raid the museum to steal the armor collection. We would clunk around all night like knights. At least we would be safe. After, I nodded to the door and stopped short. "What are you going to do to him?" Brian said in a low voice, like he was afraid of being overheard. After, I growled and he took a step back. "Open the door." "All right, don't bite my head off." Then he realized what he said and frowned. I bet he was thinking about apologizing, but I wasn't the one Z bit. "Open the door," I headed him off. "Stand aside." I checked the magazine, made sure the selector was on single shot, and raised it to my shoulder. Brian tried the door. It was locked. "Kick it." "I can't kick in a door." "Kick the knob." Oh, he lifted a boot and kicked the knob. He howled and hopped around on one foot. The door didn't budge. "I think I broke something." "Over there." I pointed him out of the way with the rifle and took 3 fast steps toward the door. I slammed the bottom of my boot into the knob, knocked it through the hole, and shattered the door jamb. My kick wasn't much stronger than Brian's, but it was all about placement. I bounced back as the door creaked open and 4 skeletons shambled out. I let them walk toward me and dropped them with a shot each. 4 soldiers who starved to death and came back to life. No visible wounds. They must have gone to sleep and never woke up. "No wounds," said Brian. He noticed too. After the Z Wars, you paid attention to those sort of things. They were starving too. "Starved," he added. "Did you bring a torch?" He shook his head and grinned a sheepish smile. I didn't have to say anything for him to run back to the armory and build 2 torches to bring back. He lit them with shaking hands. "I hate going into the dark." I knew what he meant. We were always inside before dark, locked up and hiding behind curtains and walls. It was hard to see in the dark, hard to fight, harder to run. Volunteering to go into dark places was rolling the dice. The odds might work out the first couple of times, but it was always a 50-50 shot on getting attacked. I liked my 50% chances with a machine gun though. "Hold them both," I told him. "Hi. We're looking for a map." We stepped through the door into the torchlit darkens, and a thought hit me. What if the map was on a computer? The hut was a wide open space with a sectioned off back. Shelves lined one wall and maps lined the other. A map of Alabama, a map of the Southeast, and a full map of the USA. All paper and all covered with pins. The pins had different colors, all of the details hard to make out in the orange torchlight, especially with Brian spinning slowly to keep an eye on our backs, and to keep aiming the light in different directions as the shadows split and moved. "Just grab what you need, and let's get going to the speedway," he said. Worry tinged his voice along with fear. "Get Byron and 3 more to come in here." He passed a torch to me and rushed out of the doorway. The absence of the second light made the shadows even darker, the flickerings even more frightening. I held the flame over a desk full of 3 ring binders and orders, and wished I had the time and light to go through it all. There might be answers in there. Maybe not answers to what caused the plague, but they might provide some insight into where to look. After Arkansas, I fought down the roiling pain in my gut as the feelings washed up again. Did I sacrifice 1 child to save 2? Or did I lose all 3 by waiting? By picking the wrong direction? "We're here," Byron called from the doorway. I looked up from the desk and a Z slammed into me, bowled me over onto the concrete floor. Another scarecrow body, skeletal jaws snapping at my neck and face. The drop torch caught the sleeve of my canvas jacket on fire, caught the dry thin BDU on the Z on fire. Byron pounded across the floor and lined up a kick into the side of the zombie's head. He must have played soccer because the toe connected with a beautiful snap, and the head disconnected from the thin neck and bounced across the floor. We shoved the burning body off me, and I slid out of the smoldering jacket. The arm inside was warm but untouched. Too close to getting burned again. I shivered. "Any more in here?" Byron aimed with his rifle, searching the dark corners. "Eyes up," I said. "That one was a sneaker." "What do you need us for?" Brian led the others in, his torch casting a circle of light around them. I picked up the stuttering torch that almost gave me problems and relit it from his. Grab the maps, leave the pins, so be careful, I gave orders. We want the binders too. Take it all. Do we have time for this? Brian worried. We'll make time. There could be information in there we need. You need. He was pouting. And worried. I couldn't blame him. You need. You want your fort to stay safe, and there are a couple thousand Z right outside your gate. How long would it take them to walk there if they got out? What if there's another infected refugee center close by? If there's information in there, we need to know it so you can be prepared for it. Look, Brian snapped. Don't use logic and reason to try to convince me we need it. I'm pissed and I want to save my wife. Wife. Girlfriend. Woman, whatever we are to each other now. I want to save her. I'm with him, Byron said. Great. Both of you. And that's what we're doing. We got the guns to fight or trade. We have the food to trade. I'm going in there to get them. We're not coming back here, so load up the damn maps. My kids used to make fun of me for being angry all the time. I tell them it was just my face. Resting bitch face, or just the way I kept stoic as much as I could. I was mostly happy most of the time. I just never looked happy. I looked like I was about to rip a head off and piss down a neck. Mark it up to a receding hairline and a poker face. There were times when it worked though. Like when someone cut in line before. Or in traffic. Or now. A glare could say 1,000 words. They rushed to gather it all, and after 2 trips brought the rest of the squad with them. They pulled every piece of paper in the place out in neat stacks, and put it in the back of one of the trucks. It took an hour, and we were ready to be on the road. I pulled Byron aside. Where's the boy who was bitten? He couldn't look me in the eye, gulped and pointed. I walked over to him. Show me. He wouldn't look me in the eye either. He lifted the sleeve of his coat and shirt delicately to reveal the wound. It was purple and red and black, the blood clotted in the teeth mark, black lines running through his veins like gangrene. Can you feel it? It's all numb. Do you know what's going to happen? He took a deep breath and started crying. But he nodded. I can do 2 things, I told him. I can put you in the tent city with the other zombies and wait out a cure. Or I can shoot you. He cried harder, wiping the back of his eyes and nose on his sleeve. The bite was a death sentence, and it was easy too for him to feel sorry for himself. I would too. We all would. I was being cruel, probably unnecessarily so. There's a third thing I've been thinking about. He looked up, tears and snot running down his face. Sir. I could put you in that first room, and you could just go to sleep. Sleep. We have morphine in the med kit. Brian nodded. You'll pass out like going to sleep, I told him. You can just nod off in a dark room and pretend it's nighttime. That sounds peaceful. It would be. Better than a bullet in the brain. And if we find a cure, you're still here when we come back. Are you hunting for a cure, sir? I'm hunting. I'll take anything I can find. I let him mull it over. He was too young, 15 I would guess. 1 year older than my son. An impossible decision to make. Blue eyes washed in teardrops watching me. Cheeks with red dots on them like a fever was coming on, and the arm hanging loose as the nerves went dead. What's your name? Sean. It's bedtime, Sean, I told him. Come with me. I pointed to Brian, and he ran to get the med kit. I walked Sean to the door of the armory, and the others followed behind us. One by one they came up and said good night. Not goodbye. Good night. Like good men who listened. They bumped fists and hugged and shook hands, but each member of the squad took a moment, then walked away. Except Byron. Brian put 2 injectors in my hand. I motioned for the third, and he passed it over. Byron followed me into the first room I had opened up, the one that was empty. He sat next to Sean, their backs against the wall, and held his hand. I clipped the tops to each of the injectors and pressed them against the boy's leg. There was a pneumatic hiss as the air compressor shot the drug into his system. Then I rocked back on my heels and waited. We didn't say a word. Brian gripped his hand, and Sean slowly drifted to sleep. His breathing grew more shallow, longer waits between breaths as his system shut down and muscles froze up. I stood up, and Byron followed me out. We shut the door and left the boy in peace. There were 2 trucks and a recruiter's pickup truck waiting. I wanted to drive by myself, and no one argued against it. Chapter 33. You can't go in by yourself. Brian and Byron flanked me near the hood of the pickup truck. We were parked in the woods on the road that led to the speedway, and I wanted them moved out and away before someone stumbled on us. If it's just me, you can take the guns and food back to the others. I'm not leaving Hannah, Byron argued. We can move in under the cover of darkness, take out their guards with long-range rifles, and make them pay. What if they have night vision? He tilted his head and spat. There's got to be a better way than just waltzing in, Brian stepped in. There are probably a dozen better ways, I told him. But I'm working on a fast-moving front here. It's a lightning strike. I drive up to the front gate, ask to speak with the boss, and offer him a 2-ton truck full of weapons and food in exchange for our people. And the bus. When they say no. And shoot you. I'm hoping he respects my audacity. I'm going with you, said Byron. Me too. Wasting time. The more we argued, the later it got, which put me another day behind. I could just take the truck back to the fort, pick up Anna, and leave it all behind. We could scavenge food and supplies. Heck, I could turn the back of the pickup into a camper, so we would be safe at night. Like a traveling fort. But I wasn't going to abandon them, or I would have done it. Instead of bickering with myself or with them, I nodded. Put samples in the back of the pickup, I told them. Food. Weapons. Uniforms. Then get the deuces out of the way. Hide one near here. Send the other back to the fort. With all of the boys. What about the soldier? Him too. We loaded the truck, then hid one, and watched the other drive away before we settled into the cab of the recruiter's pickup and started for the gate. I saw activity on the stands the moment we pulled out of the woods. The dots that were guards at the top multiplied as more heads popped up, more guns trained on us. I kept the speedometer locked at 10 miles an hour, a tortoise approach to the guarded fence. I slowed as we approached and crunched to a stop as 2 armed men stepped out of the shack next to the fence. It had formerly been used by the parking lot attendants to collect cash for race day, so there couldn't be more than 2 inside. With that many, it was still a tight fit. They had to like each other. And use breath mints. I leaned my head half out of the open window. We've got a delivery. That confused them. You guys didn't order takeout? More confusion. One of the men played with a radio on his belt, the kind cops used with a microphone clipped to their collar. We didn't even check for communications back at the armory, and I felt a twinge of disappointment. We didn't order no takeout, said the radio man. Did you check on it? I mean, you really called that in? Course I did. I was kidding, I told him and showed him both hands. We brought food. And guns. They spread on either side of the truck and peeked in back. The radio man got back on the airwaves and called it in. This isn't a charity run, I told him while he was talking. I wanted whoever was on the other end to hear. We brought to trade. I eased off the brake and let the engine coast us toward the gate. Both of them jumped back and raised their weapons, but they weren't told to fire on us, just on Z or anyone attacking. Nobody ever shoots the delivery guy. Radio man scrambled up to the gate and hauled it open. Keep going to the inside track, he relayed instructions. They'll meet you there." I gave him a salute and kept moving back up to 10 miles per hour. Up closer, we could see the rifle barrels over the back of the stands and the heads behind them. A group of men opened the inside gate that led to the infield, and we drove through the shadow of the stands, under a tunnel, and out into the sunlit clearing surrounded by a mile of black asphalt. Overalls was waiting. So was Bubba. Guess they survived the run-in with Malik, but they didn't look happy to see me. Bubba raised his rifle. This could go down a couple of ways, and I really wished Brian and Byron had stayed out of the truck. I could see a whole Bonnie and Clyde scenario when they encountered the sheriff in Louisiana, or that scene in The Godfather where Sonny Corleone gets caught at the toll booth. We were all armed and could fight back. But the hillbilly army was surrounded by civilians. Curiosity built the crowd. "Bubba," I shouted. "We brought you something." I stopped the truck and opened the door. This is when it would happen. One itchy trigger finger would start a cascade of bullets. I left my rifle on the seat, but kept the pistol at my waist. I reached in the back of the truck and lifted up a can of industrial-sized pudding. It was the closest at hand. "Food," I shouted. The crowd surged forward. Now the hillbillies were concerned with crowd control and not our imminent demise. Or more concerned. Then a golf car drove up with a giant man behind the wheel, like he was 2 sizes too big. He was dressed in a suit, shiny black shoes, and a matching shiny black pistol under his armpit. He had blonde hair, a smile as big as his head, and looked like he was perpetually happy. Except for the eyes. They were as haunted as mine. He nodded to me, I nodded to him, and there was that moment where when you meet someone, you were sure you could be friends. Sometimes it was a shared laugh or an inside joke or a fondness for a football team. "Pudding," he boomed, and the crowd stepped back. Or at least they didn't rush forward. Bubba glared at him. So did Overalls. When a second golf cart rolled up filled with what could only be described as bodyguards, they stopped glaring. At least so overtly. "You came here to trade pudding." I set the giant can on the side of the truck and lifted a 25-pound pouch of meat with red sauce. "And spaghetti." He smiled. "Pudding and spaghetti. Now that's Italian." Chapter 34. His bodyguards disarmed us, and we rode with him in the golf cart back to an elevator powered by a generator that carried us up into the box section. He led us into a box that was luxuriously appointed with living, office, and sleeping areas. One wall was solid windows and looked out over the track. There was a long bar against one wall, and his bodyguards leaned against it. "I respect your audacity," said Wynn. He held out a well-manicured hand that peeked from a pinpoint cotton sleeve under a tailor-made suit. I shook it. "You look like a rough customer to deal with. Perhaps we should just shoot you to avoid the trouble." His bodyguard took a step forward and lifted his pistol. I bounced forward on the balls of my feet as it was rising, dropped into a stance, and kicked him as hard as I could in the nuts. I caught the gun as he dropped it and pointed it at Wynn. "It's no trouble at all," I told him. Wynn smiled and clapped his hands together like he had just seen a show on the strip. The corner of his eyes crinkled in joy. "That was magnificent," he crowed. "It's like you practiced it." His man was turning red and purple on the floor. I might have popped something. "You come in here, offer a trade, and here I am thinking you are negotiating from a position of weakness." He turned to one of the other men in the room. "Get us a couple of drinks, will you?" The man with no neck nodded and put his pistol back into a shoulder holster. He went over to a bar and began pouring drinks from a single decanter. "It's a rough world out there," said Wynn as he took one from the bodyguard. I took the other. "Only rough men can survive." He toasted me. "And rougher men lead," I toasted back. He nodded at the compliment. I watched him sip first, then took a sip myself. "Warm, smoky." "Knob Creek," he said. I had some boys go grab all they could from a distributor nearby. We ran into some of your boys earlier this week. I sent them on a gathering mission, and they did not disappoint. I hear you had something to do with the depot. They told you that? I have my eyes and ears everywhere. I nodded. How much did he know about the armory? Or Overall's plans? Of course it's tougher to see and hear now. We lost contact with Chicago, of course. New Jersey first, then Vegas. They all fell. I turned to my compatriot and asked a question. This question was, where could we marshal our forces for the greater good? And you chose the Speedway. He shrugged his massive shoulders and made his chins giggle. It is a mecca for the masses down here, he smiled. I had a box which limited access. It's behind layers of security, and the track makes for great walls. He was smiling so big because he was right. You have a nice setup, Byron said beside me. His eyes roamed all over the track spread out below us, taking in the features, the armed men on the towers on each corner, looking out over the clear grass parking lots that stretched 3 football fields in length in each direction. The sections in the infield full of tents and campers, each a small village on its own. The food section, the medical, the daycare and play yard. I appreciate your appreciation. My people came to save the children, said Brian. Your army captured us and told us horrible stories about what you were doing to them. He gestured through the window. You see the children? Brian nodded. Do they look well cared for? Below us, a group of 20 or so kids played in the daycare area. It was cordoned off with a fence, a smiling couple standing at the gate to control access, 3 more young adults inside with the children. Laughing. Playing. They didn't look like they were being treated bad. They looked like the kids at our camp watched over by Hannah and Harriet. Then we can take our people and go. Wynn nodded and took a sip of his whiskey. Or bourbon. I think if it's over $20 a bottle, it's called bourbon. I wish it were that simple. It is, I assured him. We brought you food and guns. You let our girls come back home. You brought enough food and weapons to let you go. I'm afraid there's just not enough for all of you to go. The corners of his eyes wrinkled again. Wynn was a businessman, and he was hoping for more. He said it himself, negotiation. I sipped my whiskey bourbon and rolled it around my tongue. Damn, it was good. I tried to avoid the brown stuff because it made me aggressive. I would need to be careful because we hadn't had food in a while, and drinking on an empty stomach was a recipe for killing everyone in the room. I had a plan for it, I just didn't want to execute. Yet. What if I said we had a truck full of food and weapons, and clothing to cover everyone in the cold weather that's coming? That would be a start. Then let's start there. You just got you and your 2 men let go, Wynn sipped again. Without the truck. The level of liquid in his glass stayed the same. The con man was trying to get me drunk so he could put his hand up my skirt. I put my glass to lip, turned it up, and let him notice I wasn't drinking either. His eyes sparkled. That sounds fair, I told him. Except we're 3 people shy of where we want to be. I'll take your men to the truck we have nearby, and I'll stay with them while the rest go home in the bus. You think you're worth 3 women? He scoffed. Do you know how much the youngest could go for as a wife? Byron lunged at him, growling. Wynn danced back. No Neck drew his pistol and aimed at the boy. He might have pulled the trigger, until the gun I threw into his forehead cracked open a gash and dropped him like a bull in a slaughterhouse. Wynn let out a long, low whistle. I knew you were trouble, he smiled and took a real sip of bourbon this time. I like you. Tell you what. I'm going to keep you around, and your 2 friends here, because you keep dropping my men. I need replacements. The women can go home in the bus. I nodded. I accept that deal, I said over Byron and Brian's objections. On one condition. Son, said Wynn, even though we were close to the same age. I like negotiating, but there is a time to stop. I can get you more guns, more food, more uniforms. He paused. I'm listening. I'll take 6 of your men back to the armory, refill the truck, and they'll know how to get there and access the supplies, and we leave in the truck. Wynn laughed out loud. Let me get this straight. You come in here, leave with the bus, your women, and your men in the truck I was negotiating to get, and all I get is all the supplies in the armory. It's what you wanted. Food for your people. Weapons to protect them. There are clothes there to cover them. More trucks if you need them, so I assume fuel for the generators. I like that plan, he said. He had to try for one more tactic, though. I could tell in the way he was holding his breath. But why don't I just kill you, and we take it all? I nodded to the men behind him. One was bleeding out on the floor with a gash in his head. The second was finally catching his breath, but he was out of the fight if there was one. I think the better question is, why don't you survive? Wynn glanced over his shoulder at the 2 fallen men and the others arrayed behind him. They were loyal, maybe tested, but looked soft. His eyes crinkled up, and he held out his hand again. Damn, I wish you were working for me. We shook. But your friends stay here until you get back. I thought he might play it that way. Can they at least see their wives? I'll escort you all down myself. And he did. Chapter 35. I saw Brian and Byron reunite with Hannah and Peg. Harriet saved her best glare for me, then Wynn led me to Overalls and his squad. Go with him, he ordered. Get the rest and bring it back. He turned back to his golf cart and missed the look Overalls shot his way. He can leave half these men here, I told Wynn's back. Dividing them up. Wynn turned. You don't need them all. Not on the first run, I said. You can send them tomorrow once they know the way. Before he agreed, I started pointing. Bubba, you and you. I counted out 3 more of his men. Stay. You ain't giving the orders, Overalls growled. But I am, said Wynn. Go get my guns. Go get my food. He waited. Overalls glanced at the 5 men he had left and waved them toward the truck. Go on now. Get, he barked. They climbed in the empty truck bed, and I stepped in front of Overalls to take the wheel. I could hear him grumbling as he walked around to the passenger side. I cranked the engine, dropped it in gear, and took off before they were settled in back, before his door was shut. They howled as they fell over each other, dropped one of the rifles over the side in exchange for hanging on tight. Overalls cursed. I didn't slow down as we barely cleared the track gate. They must have radioed the guard shack because they had it wide open when I roared through a few seconds later. Why you in such a damned hurry? Overalls yelled over the wind through the window. His gun was pointed at me across his lap, and I didn't like it. Racing daylight, I told him. He glanced at the sky, looked at the watch on his hand. We got time. I'm getting my people home before dark. Buddy, Overalls growled. You ain't making it out of this alive. He moved the gun. I jammed the pedal lower and raced up to 90. It was stupid fast, but I'd been on this road today. There were no wrecks to navigate around, nothing but a straight shot until we turned north into camp. But he didn't know that. Slow down, he grunted, wide eyes on the road. A Z shambled out of the ditch and in our path. I plowed into it like a deer, scattered the bones and guts across the hood, and dropped black gore and goo into the truck bed as it bounced off the top of the truck. I tried not to laugh at their screams in the back. Even Overalls snickered a little. I slowed when we made the turn and raced for the armory gate. We stopped in front of it, and the guy who had a broken nose from our earlier encounter jumped out to wheel it back. The yard was full of dead Z, flocks of crows and ravens arguing loudly over who got what tidbit and morsel of flesh. It was a medieval scene out of a Poe nightmare. Who killed all them? Overalls stared. I did. He didn't have to know the truth. I drove the truck toward the brick building and did a K-turn to back it in. Drop the tailgate, boys, I told them as I hopped out. When we going to kill this asshole? Nose whined. When we done, Overalls promised. I opened the door to the armory and jumped back. They scrambled out of the way, 5 rifles aimed at the darkness, the 6th man hiding behind his buddies. Just checking, I told them. I stepped into the hallway and stood to one side so they wouldn't shoot me if they decided to start firing. Overalls stopped in the door. Be careful, I told him. There are empty rooms on both sides, but the food and weapon storage are the last 2. We left our flashlights in the kitchen area. Go on then, he motioned. I took loud steps in the dark and listened for them to clop after me. This was a dumb plan. They had guns and I should have disarmed them. I should have hidden a weapon by the door, just in case we came back. I wondered if there were more weapons in the other rooms, and decided I didn't have time to look. It was too dark to hunt by feel. I knew where one big weapon was. It was nuclear, and I was going to have to move fast to escape the blast radius. I was halfway down the hall when I heard them march in behind me. They were bunched up in the dark, maybe hands on shoulders to stay close, rifles ready for anything if they were trained. I jogged to the end of the corridor. Hey! Overalls yelled as he heard me. I hit the back door, fumbled it open a crack. What the hell are you doing? Overalls screamed. He's trying to escape. I ducked into the kitchen as they peppered the door with bullets. I ran to the ladder, hauled up as fast as I could, and shoved the hatch open. I pulled over the lip, closed the hatch, and tried to flip the latch closed. I grabbed a wire from the condenser, broke it, and twisted it through the lock. Then I ran to the edge of the roof, peeked down, and jumped into the truck bed below. I hit hard and rolled out of the side. He's back here, someone yelled. This was the most dangerous part of a really dumb plan. I ducked through the open doorway, all silhouette, and they shot. I could hear the bullets whizzing past me, hear them running down the hall. The back door surged open as a press of refugees hit it. The hillbilly army screamed and turned their fire on that doorway. I reached up and twisted the doorknob of the first room and threw myself out of the front. I fought the door closed, slammed it, and closed the lock. There was nothing on the ground to hold it. Bullets punched through the metal. I scrambled to the front of the truck, backed it against the door, and ducked out as a bullet shattered the back window. Then I listened to their screams as Sean came out of the front room, and the refugees surged from the back. After a moment, it all faded to a low moan, then nothing. At least nothing I could hear through the door. I leaned against the truck and caught my breath, nursing a sore ankle. That was stupid. It could have turned out so much worse. No plan, just winging it. Dumb. But I was alive. I just needed some food and weapons to trade. Chapter 37. I walked around the yard searching the fallen zombies for weapons. He had 36 machine guns, most of the holsters and 2 ammo boxes, but 3 still held weapons and 2 more had full magazines. Bubba did not like that I came under the watchful eyes of the crows, who made sure I didn't take their meals. They didn't make it. I explored a covered shelter at the end of the compound as I held up both hands to show the empty holsters where Wynn's bodyguards had strapped them on, so they were very visible on my guns, and tucked the third into the small of my back under my shirt. You out of here. There were a couple of wooden crates ready to be shipped out, marked with spray-painted black stencil, the words "Food and Pistols," I ain't going to be quiet. This man done embarrassed me in the motor pool hut. He done got my men killed. Just arrived on a truck when the plague hit. Now everyone else is missing. Maybe they were going to another refugee center. I brought you back all this food for your people. Each was marked MRE, and there were 4 of them. I owe Giant 6-foot wooden shipping crates. Only the head of this jackass right there. It would take a forklift to move he done killed. I settled for a chain from one corner of the shop, as if he was seriously considering the offer. Connected it to a post holding up the ratchet up a notch. Feel the shifting of the boys behind me, which took longer than I liked. They weren't going for their weapons until the crate hit the ground. But when they did, the crossfire was going to get a lot of people killed. Spilled the plastic packages on the ground. Is he one of your trusted lieutenants? I left it there for coming back. The head tilted in the other direction, and I stopped to shut the gate. Then I pointed the nose into one side of the speedway away from my group and roared back with food. He done hired me to take care of trash like but they would have to accept it. I needed to work out the loss of the men. I took a step closer to the hillbilly. I wasn't sure how Win would take it. What you mean by that? I glanced at Win, who watched me, at his hand, palm still down, the two bodyguards behind him eyeballing the signal from him. My people were out of the way. I wished I could signal them to back up against the wall, make themselves small. Or better yet, scarce. I mean, when you take out the trash, you should really recycle. Huh. Bubba screwed up his eyes, forehead wrinkled as he tried to puzzle it out. I pulled and put a hole between the wrinkles, giving him a dumb, confused look to carry into the afterlife. When you're trained to shoot, you use your chin to aim. Line up the sights with the chin, cup the gun if you can, palm under the grip, but if you can't, just keep the arm slightly bent and look at what you want shot. I squeezed off 3 rounds as I stepped into Bubba's men. They scrambled back, reaching for weapons, but 6 shots takes less than 6 seconds, and after that it was just gun smoke and ringing ears. I turned toward Win, gun aimed away from him. Both of his bodyguards had pulled their weapons, but kept them aimed at the floor, eyes on his palm and me, waiting for his orders. That was unfortunate, Win exhaled. His finger twitched, and his bodyguards brought up their weapons in slow motion. I could get one, but not both of them, and hoped my group could get out in time. We have coal. Brian screamed. The finger twitched again, and their guns froze. Mine too. I was secretly pleased that my weapon was higher than theirs. Faster on the draw. I wondered if I would have gotten them both. 2 shots. 1 second. Cole, Brian stepped forward. We can establish some trade between our communities. Win pursed his lips. Go on. Winter is coming. Brian moved closer. I propose we supply you with coal in exchange for a truckload of food. Your people can raid the depot for more canned supplies, and we can do it again. We'll work together to make it through the next few months. I watched Win mull it over in my peripheral vision. I kept eyes on his bodyguards, though. If their boss moved, one was dead, and the other I was pretty sure I could take out too. What's to stop me from just taking your coal and keeping the food? This was it. I tightened my finger on the trigger and planned the movement in my head. Guy on the right, center mass. Guy on the left, throat or head, then a second shot into each. 1, 2. 1, 2. Byron jacked the slide on his Glock. I think you should consider the trade, he said. Letting the 3 of them know I had backup. Win shot a look in my direction, and I saw him swallow. His palm pressed down to the floor, and his bodyguards holstered their weapons. I kept mine raised and pointed for a moment longer before lowering it. I realized I was standing in the middle of 7 bodies, blood pooling around my boots. The smell of piss and feces filled the small room as muscles relaxed and released. It was the smell of death. I looked down and noticed my arms and face were covered with blood splatter, and wondered what Win saw when he looked at me. Was that why he swallowed? I think you make a perfectly acceptable proposition, he said. Take one of the trucks and bring it back full of coal. Brian stepped back into the group. Peg reached for his hand and gripped it tight. This is the start of something, said Brian. Win arched up an eyebrow and looked at me sideways. I believe it is. Something civilized, Brian continued. Establishing trade routes is going to get society back on its feet. Maybe Win was thinking just that. Maybe he wasn't planning a double cross or some painful form of death for the man who just laid out his hired help. But I would warn Byron to keep his eyes open on the exchange anyway. Chapter 38. We made it back to Fort Jasper before sunset. One of the boys guarded the gate, and I pledged that when I came back with my kids, I'd learn all of their names. Anna was waiting as the 2 panels rolled back to let the bus in, and I was the first one off to wrap her in my arms. I finished the kiss and looked for the other truck. It was parked along the side of the building, the back empty. Anna noticed my look. I had them move the maps in our room, she told me. I thought that's what you might want. It is. Are you leaving yet? She asked. I glanced at the sky and shook my head. I'll take off in the morning. One more night, She reached back and pinched my bottom before sauntering back to the barn. Broken indeed. The Japanese had an art called kintsugi. When a ceramic bowl or cup was cracked, they filled the broken seam with gold. It turned the damage into something beautiful. That was Anna. Kintsugi. I wanted to fill her broken pieces with gold. And other pieces with parts of me. The thought made me grin. I was too broken to be worthy of gold, or even being filled. But I could appreciate the moments. Brian and Byron stopped beside me. We're rebuilding society, Brian crowed. First it's trade, then we grow from there. We can build it better this time. I didn't think so, but I couldn't share that with him. There were too many overalls out there, too many generals. Most of the good people died trying to help others when this whole Z mess began. I wanted to tell him the world was broken and it couldn't be put back together. The cracks couldn't be filled with gold. But maybe it was like the moments I needed to appreciate. Maybe it took the actions of a man like Brian, who wanted to be one of the king's horsemen and rebuild Humpty Dumpty, shape it into a better place. I saw a trailer lot when we were coming in, Byron told us. We can haul some of the single wides up the hill and move people out of the barns. See, Brian crowed. It's starting already. He clapped me on the shoulder and went to look for Peg. I'll watch him while you're gone, Byron told me. It was my turn for the shoulder clap. Watch them all for me. He puffed out his chest, all pride and confidence. Don't stray too far while I'm away, I warned. I don't know how many days I'll be gone, but you can keep everyone close and out of trouble for a week. He laughed then, loud and childlike. These people. Us. I'll try to keep them out of trouble until the morning, but I can't promise more than that. I laughed with him for a moment, and he gathered up his squad into the rig we had been using to drag the trailers up the ridge to go hunt for single-wide mobile homes to add to our village. For a moment, I was alone in the yard. I could hear voices inside the barn, Hannah with the children, small tiny bursts of laughter. Adult voices that murmured in words I couldn't make out. There was light inside the barn and heat and people. The Vikings had one giant communal hall they gathered in, around a long fireplace, with rooms and huts around it for privacy. Maybe that would be a good way to live for the future, all of us together for meals and after, just using the rooms for sleep and privacy. Maybe it would keep us connected. I thought about one more night in that warmth, before going out into the cold to find my kids. They might not be warm tonight. They might not even be safe. I had a moment to appreciate my good fortune before my mind reminded me of them. It set like a rock in my stomach. I was going to find them, going to bring them back to this and keep them safe. Starting tomorrow, no one would stand in my way. Nothing would stop me. I heard a Z moaning from somewhere below the ridgeline, down by the train. I hoped it wasn't a sign. The end.